It is also this administrative void that favors the infiltration of agents who are not in fact reputable nor qualified.
Now, 22 years old Atem has great hopes of playing one day in the club of his dreams and thus shine like many African footballers in major international championships.
How to enrich the relationship between France and Africa. This is the daily mission of our guest Sylvain Ité. This experienced French diplomat travels the continent, but also France, to meet African civil societies, but also the diaspora. These meetings have convinced him that mutual exchanges, cooperation, and the strengthening of economic ties are the key to the future of a Franco-African relationship that is sometimes fragile. He explained to Laurent Sustras how he envisaged this strategy after the withdrawal of the Barkhane force from Mali.
Sylvain Ité, hello. You have been President Emmanuel Macron's special envoy for public diplomacy in Africa since October 2020. As you were the first to have this role, how would you describe the job?
C'est effectivement une nouvelle mission qui m'a été confiée par le ministre des Affaires.
It is a new role, certainly, and I was asked to undertake it by the Foreign Ministry at the request of the President and the Élysée Palace. It was created because diplomacy has been evolving, and diplomats must evolve alongside in terms of dialogue and communication.
Nous avons constaté qu'il était absolument indispensable.
Especially in regard to communicating with civil societies. It also reflected a commitment made in 2017 by the President of the Republic towards Africa.
Dès 2017, en Afrique, donc mon travail consiste à aider et à accompagner.
My job is to assist our ambassadors in the different countries and in France with their dialogue with civil societies. The large diaspora in France of people who are of African origin makes up 10%, maybe more, of the population.
Près de 10, voire plus de 10% de la population française qui est d'origine africaine. Donc il était important de pouvoir engager...
It's important to talk with this community, and I have been moving around the country, visiting 15 cities, meeting with these French or expat people.
La relation que ces Français ou non qui vivent dans notre pays
to see what they think of the relationship. That admittedly is a complex and sometimes a difficult one between France and the African continent.
Qui a été difficile entre la France et le continent africain. Et puis ma deuxième mission est également de lutter.
My second mission is also to help our embassies identify and fight against the manipulation of facts and disinformation, which is now widespread in Africa.
Qui sont extrêmement importantes en ce moment en Afrique. C'est vrai partout, c'est vrai sur tous les sujets.
It's true everywhere on all subjects, but there is clearly a resurgence, or at least an increase in false information on the African continent today.
Sur le continent africain aujourd'hui.
As part of your mission is dialogue with African civil society. What impact do they have in terms of influencing policy?
Ce serait difficile à vous dire aujourd'hui si ça a un effet.
It's difficult to say whether they have a positive effect and a real influence.
Simplement vous dire, et pour l'avoir constaté à travers les centaines et centaines de personnes.
What I can tell you, and having seen it through the hundreds of people I met in France and in Africa, is that dialogue is always positive and absolutely necessary.
Et qu'il y a beaucoup d'incompréhension, beaucoup de...
There is a lot of incomprehension, a lot of misunderstanding, which comes either from a lack of communication on the part of the French authorities or from manipulation and misinformation, which lead to many inconsistencies and misunderstandings.
Qui ont entraîné de très nombreuses incohérences et de très nombreuses...
Therefore, it is always important and always beneficial to explain in person, to go and talk to people.
S'expliquer, que d'aller parler avec les gens. Pour vous donner un seul exemple, j'étais à Yaoundé.
To give you just one example, I was in Yaoundé this week. I gave a lecture to 150 young people from several countries at the Cameroon Institute of International Relations.
Pays à l'Institut des Relations Internationales du Cameroun, qui est une espèce d'académie diplomatique.
which is a sort of diplomatic academy, bringing together countries from the entire region. And it lasted 2.5 hours. They asked me questions on subjects which sometimes were not always easy to deal with. And what I see, not for the first time, is nothing replaces dialogue. Dialogue is essential to clear up misapprehensions. So as far as that's concerned, I think it's extremely positive.
Since your appointment, we have seen some West African states taken over by military juntas. What is your role in this context?
My role is the same, I would say, to continue dialogue once again with civil societies, the communities of these countries who live in France. I hold very long conversations with the various representatives of the African communities of Mali, Niger, Cameroon, Senegal, and so on. It's in fact my opportunity to explain France's position towards these various political situations and to listen to what they have to say about it to us, or possibly reproach us about the French position. My job is to explain. It's a mission not of persuasion in both directions. It's important to hear them, to listen to what they have to say, and I believe this also helps our political authorities at the highest level.
Également, la réflexion de nos autorités politiques au plus haut niveau, parce que ça leur permet de savoir.
As it informs them how a Malian who lives in Montreuil or a Guinean who lives in Rennes perceives the action of France in these countries. And besides, it's especially important to speak with these people because they themselves often keep in variants either of Malian or dual nationality.
Malienne soit binationaux. Donc ce lien est, je dirais.
The link is, I believe, essential and won't be destroyed because of a few vagaries of history that we're seeing today.
À quelques vicissitudes de l'histoire que nous vivons aujourd'hui.
It's true to say the relationship with the Malian transitional authorities is particularly difficult. I think Malian society, civil society, is an extremely resilient, strong society.
Résiliente, forte. Le Mali est un grand pays.
Mali is a great country, with a great people and with a centuries-old history. The Dogon Empire, the Mali Empire, was one of the most powerful states in Africa. They have an extremely strong nationalist sentiment, and no one could blame them for that.
Personne ne pourrait les en blâmer. Je pense que l'histoire.
I think history will prove us right. In any case, we consider the accusations against France to be unjust, unfounded, sometimes false.
Nous les considérons comme au minimum injustes, infondées, parfois mensongères. Et nous laissons le temps, comme disait notre ancien président.
And we'll give it time, as the former French President François Mitterrand said. Anyway, I don't think the special and historical relationship with Mali will be destroyed overnight.
Et historique avec le Mali ne se détruira pas du jour au lendemain, ne serait-ce que parce que les intérêts.
If only because both countries' interests are also linked.
Sont liés et que la communauté malienne de France.
The Malian community that lives here in France has no intention of changing its habits, and through its financial remittances, it represents nearly 7% of the gross domestic product of Mali.
Par ses envois financiers, près de 7% du produit intérieur brut du Mali. Donc, je crois que
so, both sides will have to act reasonably. Let time do its work. Later we'll be able to take stock of it all.
Et puis nous ferons un bilan de tout ça un peu plus tard.
Welcome back to the second part of our show. How to prevent and combat extremism in a country in the throes of civil war? The question remains relevant in Libya, where two rival governments are vying for power. At the head of the Libyan Women for Peace platform, Zahra Langhi actively participates in the peace process by advocating mediation and dialogue. Would peace and security efforts be more sustainable when women are full partners in preventing violent conflict? This is what we tried to understand when we met Zahra Langhi in Cairo. Take a look.
Libya has always been my home, It actually has never left me or left my family, even though we were in exile for quite some time. The Libyan Women's Platform for Peace started as a movement back in 2011, even before Gaddafi was killed. So we came together, 35 women from different walks of life, and decided that women have to be and have to have an important say in the new Libya. And we wanted to have an inclusive transition that is based on transitional or restorative justice, that is based on rule of law, respect of human rights, and also where there is gender equality. We felt from early on that women were excluded by different factions, be it tribal, so-called civil liberal, but they are all patriarchal. And they see no place for women in politics. They only instrumentalize and use women for their own agendas. I always call it a gender paradox. We see women were at the forefront of the revolution and these uprisings, yet at the same time there was, and still continues, a systematic political violence against women. So there have been serious violations of women's rights in Libya during this transition by warlords, by militias, and now by mercenaries. So what we needed to do is to address the issue of militarization of armed groups, how to disarm them, how to integrate them back into of legitimacy of its state institutions. And we can only do that through elections. We need to have a peace process that is people-centered, that brings the social and economic rights of Libyan people at the center of the table of negotiations. It's in order to have a meaningful and sustainable peace process in Libya, the process needs to be inclusive, not inclusive.
Guest, the French diplomat Sylvain Ité, for the second part of his interview. The Special Envoy for Public Diplomacy in Africa was born in Bamako, the beginning of a close relationship with a continent who, he believes, cultural richness, spirituality and values, including family ones, should be an inspiration for Europe. Let's listen to him.
Sylvain Ité, you were born in Bamako and you have served in several African states. What is your personal relationship with the continent?
Le fait d'être né à Bamako, Mali.
The fact of being born in Bamako in Mali does not make me an African in the strict sense of the term.
Du terme, mais c'est un continent bien évidemment qui m'est très cher. J'ai vécu d'ailleurs.
But it is a continent that, of course, is very dear to me. I lived the first 5 years of my life in Africa. After Bamako, my father was posted to Côte d'Ivoire, then to Senegal.
Donc, ce qui fait qu'en fait,
Therefore, my very early childhood, to the age of 5 or 6, was spent in Africa. I served as ambassador to Angola, as minister councillor in Cameroon, as chief of staff to the Minister of Cooperation. In fact, my youngest son was born in Cameroon, and I also have a son who was born in Yaoundé. For me, Africa isn't just a diplomatic training ground, it's simply part of my life. I am fascinated by the continent, like many other people. And like many of the French, we fall in love with Africa. We are attracted and fascinated by this continent.
D'ailleurs, et comme beaucoup de Français, on tombe amoureux de l'Afrique et puis on est attiré
through its rich culture and its spirituality and its family and other values that we have somewhat lost in Europe and from which it would be good to draw inspiration again.
Familiales et autres qu'on a un peu perdu en Europe et dont on ferait bien de s'inspirer à nouveau. Et les Africains ont quelque chose de
Africans also possess something quite fundamental. It's the ability to quickly sense the honesty, the sincerity and passion of those they are talking to. And I believe, I hope, they have noticed I'm not always soft on the people I'm dealing or speaking with, because I think Africa also needs to look at itself.
Je suis pas toujours tendre avec mes interlocuteurs et dans mon dialogue, parce que je pense que l'Afrique a besoin également de se regarder. La critique envers les Occidentaux.
Criticism of Westerners and of France is sometimes legitimate, often justified.
Souvent fondée. Cette critique est constructive à partir du moment.
This criticism is constructive if you continue to love your partner.
La France et l'Afrique, c'est
France and Africa are a bit like an old married couple, so they generally get on well. In any event, we have an inseparable destiny. Inseparable.
Absolument indissociable.
That's the point. Does Africa still love France? What do you think of the anti-French feeling that some fear developing in Africa, and particularly in French-speaking Africa?
Alors, effectivement, il y a deux questions. Il y a le
There are two issues here. There is anti-French sentiment in Africa and in French-speaking
en
Africa.
Afrique francophone. Je crois qu'il ne faut ni le sous-estimer,
I believe it should be neither underestimated nor overestimated.
nier le fait qu'il y a aujourd'hui un ressenti, un sentiment
And denying the fact there is rising anti-French sentiment in parts of Africa, in parts of African society, would be totally irresponsible. Yet saying anti-French sentiment exists and is widespread on the continent is to forget there are 54 countries in Africa.
de le nier. Dire que le sentiment anti-français existe est répandu.
There are many African countries where anti-French feeling not only does not exist, but where France is welcomed, respected and recognized as being an important player.
Où ce sentiment anti-français non seulement n'existe pas, mais où la France est attendue, respectée.
In the cultural as well as the political field, and the strategic arena too.
Comme dans le domaine politique, comme dans le domaine stratégique, à mon avis, c'est bien exagéré, mais il faut tenir compte.
I think it might well be exaggerated, but nonetheless, this feeling is a feeling of frustration among the younger generations who want hope and want to be able to evolve, to work and to lead better lives.
Qui veut avoir un espoir d'évolution et d'évolution, c'est normal, qui veut du travail, qui veut pouvoir vivre, etc. Et qui donc, dans ces moments d'angoisse...
Therefore, in these moments of anguish, of uncertainty, they need to identify and personify their anger.
Identifier et de personnifier sa colère. Et la France, en réalité...
And France is somewhat the catalyst for all these frustrations and anger today, seen as a symbol of the West. So it's something that mustn't be misunderstood, but that we must try to analyze calmly.
Méconnaître, mais qu'il faut essayer d'analyser avec le plus grand sang-froid possible.
What role can the diaspora play in this area?
Alors, elle joue, à mon sens, un rôle tout à fait essentiel, parce que...
In my opinion, it plays a key role, because much of the diaspora is attached to its dual affiliation, to its African affiliation and to its affiliation to France.
Appartenance, à leur appartenance africaine et à leur appartenance à la France. Ils sont français et aussi autre chose.
They are French or something else.
Ces jeunes-là sont pétris.
These young people are shaped by their two worlds, their two cultures, and are driven by a desire to be able to act as the bridge.
Ils sont véritablement animés de cette volonté de pouvoir jouer un rôle justement de pont.
Between France, Europe and Africa. And this is an opportunity for France.
Ils sont en réalité une chance pour la France. Mais moi, je suis aussi convaincu que l'Afrique, en fait, a aussi...
But I'm also convinced that Africa also has a part of France in it. Hence the difficulty of the relationship, and hence the importance of talking to the diasporas and making them an essential player in all areas, cultural, economic, political and social, of France in Africa.
Essentiel dans tous les domaines, culturels, économiques, politiques, social, de la France en Afrique. Vous avez aujourd'hui plus de 25 députés.
Today there are more than 25 French lawmakers of sub-Saharan African origin, Senegalese, Rwandan, to name but two.
Rwandaises, etc. Et qui témoignent en réalité de cette double...
This bears witness to our country being a melting pot. It takes nothing away from us. Rather, I think it adds something. It makes France a country that has a huge advantage over the others.
un pays qui a un énorme avantage sur les autres grâce à cette
Thanks to the diaspora, which is a strength, a driving force, and should be considered as such, and be given the means to play this role.
Considérer et lui donner les moyens de jouer ce rôle de force motrice.
Initiative Africa is over for today. You can of course find Sylvain Ite's interview and the replay of our programs on our news website, africaonair.com. And of course, you can also find us on all our social media channels. Feel free to share, like and comment with the hashtag Initiative Africa. And don't forget, next week, same time, same channel, I'll see you again with a new edition of Business Africa. Have a great week, everyone, and goodbye.
A love for nature and outdoor living is difficult to achieve when living in the city. But the 780 square meter home manages to bring nature in without losing any points on comfort and modern convenience. African Design Aesthetic is reclaiming its rightful space as more and more homeowners are creating an authentic and modern African look and feel, helping us build our visual language. Coming up later, if you're traveling away from home, you might not need to journey too far. Consider Kenya as your next stop. And Koketa Mpomothala takes African jewelry pieces around the globe with her funky designs. Join us as we touch down in Mauritius, where young artists are shaping the voice of this fledgling industry. I'm Ayanda Tabete, and this is Afrimax. Most of us don't see staple foods like rice and beans and the modern dining experience as a match made in heaven. But in Ghana, the famous wachi is getting a much-needed update.
This is a local food vendor where wachi is sold. Wachi is a local staple food in Ghana, but I have added a modern twist to it, which I call wachi burger.
Selassie Seda is a chef in Osu, a suburb of Accra that embodies modern Ghana. No better place to give the traditional Ghanaian dish of wachi a new and delicious twist. Historically, wachi is synonymous to the northern region of Ghana. But now, this meal is enjoyed through all the 16 regions. This wachi remake is the innovation of Chef Selassie, and while it packs the same nutritional punch as the original, Chef Selassie had great plans for this humble dish.
In Accra, we eat wachi or
street food, but a home version of street food. A year ago, when Selassie joined us, he decided that he would make wachi a platter. So on Tuesdays, we offer something called wachi burger. That's wachi, but served as a 3-course meal. So you have a welcome drink, you have the wachi served with whether you want a fish or goat, beef, and then a dessert. So since that started a year ago, the demand for wachi has gone through the roof. It has actually become even more of a bestseller than some of the other dishes that we have here.
you need your beans, you need your rice, and you need your millet leaves or your sorghum leaf, and that makes it brown. But at Buka, we wanted to have that international feel, but still maintain the local flavor. So we add a bit of coconut milk, and then a bit of ginger. The process of preparing wachi, you just cook your beans with your sorghum leaf to extract the juice of the sorghum leaf that makes it brown. And then you take the leaves out, and then you add your rice, and then you add a pinch of salt. then that's it. Then you boil it together for about 30 minutes or so. But here at Buka, we add a little twist and add a little bit of ginger, onions, and we add coconut milk just to spice it up.
There are food around my office, but no, I was really craving for this wachi, so I came here just to have it because it's so good.
The street wachi, it is mainly beans and rye. That's why I'm here today.
Next time you visit Ghana, add tucking into the new way of enjoying this traditional meal to your list.
That does look tasty. No better combination than tasty and nutritious food. We all know that the kitchen is the heart of the home, but for Aluwani, every nook and cranny is equally important. I met up with her to find out how her vision for this home manifested so easily. In this home, the brief from clients had some specific requirements, and Aluwani was the designer who delivered on that and more. But let's hear from her what her journey to creating this beautiful space was like. Aluwani, this is an absolutely beautiful home. Tell me a little bit about the design brief from the client.
So when we met with the clients the first time, they actually brought through the 3D architectural interior designs of this home, which were very modern. And they actually explained that they like exclusive things, they like modern things, finer things in life. But they also wanted a home that will have a homey feel, a home that will feel like they are in a holiday. So when they come back from their hectic, busy schedule, they would just relax. So as a result of that, we went back and thought very carefully about that. And we then came with the concept of the modern outdoor, divide the spaces.
The wine cellar, was it part of the brief?
Yes, the wine cellar was actually part of the brief. So we then designed the wine cellar, but the space was so huge after the 3D designs. And we then flagged it to the client to say the space is too big to just use the walls only. Let's further enjoy the space by incorporating something like a gaming space. That was the initial idea. Like introduce a round table where they could have a second man cave, a place where there's no TVs. They could just be discussing, playing games, and tasting wine. So in the beginning, it flew. And then at a later stage, our client then came back and said, but maybe let's make it a bit informal and use couches instead of a round table. So we designed that wine cellar and we love it a lot. It's a beautiful wine cellar. I think it's it's one of the most beautiful spaces in this home.
So I've always wondered, how do you listen to your client and what they want without compromising on those design principles?
Oh, that's a very good question. For me, I believe that knowledge is power. So in everything that I do, I always make sure that I keep up with the trends, I keep up with all the design principles. I understand everything that interior design is all about, what I can do and what I cannot do. And I find that it helps a lot during the initial briefs with the client because yes, listening is very good. So we tend to listen very attentively, but at the same time, you don't want to compromise the design principles. So when you know what you're talking about, it's very easy to get the client to also align basically with the concept and the designs and not expect things that are compromising the design principles.
I can already see the cutting-edge art of our next artist on these walls. We traveled to Mauritius to explore how the young talent there is shaking up the art scene.
Mauritius is best known for its white sand and island life. But for locals, Khael Fogiet's art that dots the island is a welcome burst of color and vibrant style. His work has become synonymous with the young and diverse culture that is Mauritius.
When you have street art, people cannot steer away from it because it's a public art. It's made to be seen, and I see that people are really sensible to that, and you see the change that it brings. A few years ago, we had an emerging of a lot of murals in Mauritius, and this changed the perception of, I think, most of the society about art. And now people know who did this wall. They know that those artists, they are taking it seriously, and I think that's the most important thing, that putting art out there in a way that people are impressed and they respect what it actually is.
One of Gail's latest commissions, in collaboration with the Third Dot, was for the mural at the Cotton Art Center, seen as he traveled into the city of Port Louis. Creativity for all is the motto of the Cotton Art Center, and as such, Gail decided to pay homage to the artists of Mauritius themselves.
I wanted to focus on the artist. I know how hard it is to bring high a discipline, especially in Mauritius, and that was an homage to them, because I wanted them to feel strength when they look at that, when they were going to perform. So this piece is all about this hustle, this grinding of an artist. Our culture is a young culture. We don't have ancient art to get inspired from. Everything is quite contemporary. And this is what makes it interesting, because we're still finding out who we are. It's because we are influenced by something that is completely new and evolving. It's Creole. This is what makes the Mauritian culture unique. And that's why people are starting to find interest in that. This is what inspires me to bring the heritage in my work, which is to shine a light on what Creole is becoming and what it is right now. It is new and it belongs to ourselves, and we have to take care of it. And when I talk about Creole, I don't talk only about the language, I talk about the Creole way of being, of living, of making art, of making music. Creole is not anymore being descendant of slaves or uneducated people. Creole is what we all have in common, what brings us together. And I think the function that my art has, and I like this word function, because ancient African art has a function, and Mauritian art should have a function today. We can't just paint beautiful beaches, because we still have issues to solve. And that's what's important. It's this creating this art that makes every Mauritian look at it and feel like, this is me, this is my culture, and this is what we have in common. Whether we are from Indian origins, French origins, or African origins, we are all going towards the same point, which is Creole unites us all. And this is what I want to show in my work, you know. This is to me, this is our strength.
Holidays away from home is something we all look forward to. But if you get your destination wrong, you might lose more than just your rest and recreation time. Yet the Kenyan city of Mombasa is a surefire bet for travelers looking for culture, adventure, or just a beautiful view. Let's check this out.
What's up, guys? How are you doing today? It's Tayo. Today I'm going to be sharing with you to travelers in search of sun, sand, and surf. And its Arab, Indian, and colonial European heritage make for a wide variety of sights to see. The old city has a strong Middle Eastern vibe, with narrow streets, high houses with carved ornamental balconies, and mosques and temples. The old town covers an area of 72 hectares and is inhabited by a mix of local Arab, Asian, Portuguese, and British settlers. Our first place on the list to explore was Fort Jesus, which was built by the Portuguese and is now a museum. It was built towards the end of the 16th century on the coastline near Old Town Mombasa. Mombasa was a transit place for trade at that time and a getaway to India, and the fort was built to protect the town from outside invaders. The fort stood over a spur of coral, and it tells the story of how the Portuguese at one time ruled the trade routes of the Indian Ocean. I'm learning so much about the history, and you can see all these cannons here. They're facing the water outwards. On this other side of this wall is the water, and this is how they used to defend themselves against intruders and other people who are coming. It's so interesting to see that everything here was made from dugout corals. They took chisels and hammers and they were digging, and I can imagine how long it must have taken them to be able to build something like this.
Our next task was exploring the main town of Mombasa. We visited Moi Avenue, which is known for the Mombasa tusk, 2 pairs of giant aluminium elephant tusks crossing the dual carriageway. The tusks have become a popular tourist destination for the city. Just across the roads from the tusk was Uhuru Gardens. I've never seen this many fruit bats in my life. They were in the thousands. To explore more of the city, we decided to take a ride in a tuk-tuk, which is a 3-wheel rickshaw. It's the best and cheapest way to move around the city. We visited the Hindu temple in the middle of the city. Its main attraction is the eye-catching colorful double doors with beautiful carvings. It's open to everyone to explore for free, but make sure to be respectful by removing your shoes before entry. This is one of the beaches here that they have in Mombasa. And as you can see around me, lots of people come here on the weekends to come and chill and also experience the Indian Ocean. It is just bordering the Indian Ocean, which is also one of the cleanest and clearest in Africa. Just look at how clear the water is. That's one thing I love about Kenya.
My name is Gabriel, born raised in Mombasa, aka 001. This place is a very nice place to chill. It's one of the best places I can say to relax. Me coming out in this place is whereby we come with our friends to just come and chill out.
To really experience the beachfront, I would say you try out one of the water adventures here.
Holiday away from home to pleasure of a completely different kind. Unique and indulgent jewelry created right here in Soshanguve.
I feel like Africa is not taking its space in the global design industry because I see other big brands manipulating our culture and selling it to us as their own, and it's quite sad. They're giving us second-hand goods instead of us giving them the originals. Why don't we set our own trend instead of absorbing what the world is giving us? That's why I've decided, you know what, I'm gonna be original. I'm gonna tell an African story through jewelry.
Soshanguve-raised Koketso Mpomusala created her own range of African-inspired statement jewelry that encourages South Africans to support local designers. Koketso is on her way to meet with her sister, who is both her biggest fan and most honest critic, to discuss the latest.
Everything to her.
The workday has only just begun. Koketso heads to her studio to work with her team of very talented jewelry makers.
So today we'll be making statement hammered Africa earrings, and Natsi will be cutting. And then Eddie here will be hammering, which is texturizing. I'll be annealing the metal and then soldering. And then Leseho will be polishing and assembling the earrings. She's actually finishing everything off. This is one of the 25 students. It was my first time being outside South Africa. I had to study jewelry design in Italian, and I didn't know that until I got there.
Woman who is just rising from being host to Africa's female judges at a conference which took place in Abuja only last week, the regional conference of the International Association of African Female Judges. Working night and day, she delivered a highly successful conference of African female judges as host for the most. We congratulate her. She represented Nigeria well. Back, good things are in her purview. Today we welcome her to the commissioning of this brand new edifice under her belt. Please join me to welcome sister and friend, President of the Court of Appeal, my Lord Honorable Justice Monica Dongba-Mensah. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by His Excellency, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Kudirat Motomori Olatokunbo Kekereku, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Olasun Komi Fagbemi, SAN, the Honorable, the Minister of the Federal Republic of the FCT, Federal Capital Territory of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Barrister Ezongu Nyesu Nwike, CON. My dear sister, Dr. Maria Mahmoud, the Honorable, the Minister of State of the Federal Capital Territory, my Lord, the presiding justices, my Lord, the presiding justices of the various divisions of the Court of Appeal, my Lord Justice Danjuma of the Abuja Division, my Lord Justice Onyemenem of the Calabar Division, my Lord Justice Otiti of Kaduna Division, my Lord Justice Williams Daudu of the Port Harcourt Division, and my other learned brothers of the Court of Appeal. The legislators here present, our royal fathers, other distinguished guests, members of the fourth estate of the realm, I would like to appeal that I should be allowed to stand on the protocol ably drawn by my beloved sister, Eugenia Abu, the legendary journalist who has grown into a distinguished presenter at an international level. And we stand very proud of her at all times. She kept us at the International Women Judges Conference thrilled by her knowledge and her skill, which confirms that knowledge is sometimes not from the book. It cannot be bought in the market. It can be acquired. It can only be acquired, and she has acquired it. Because I've watched this, my sister, from the time she was a broadcaster in the NTA up to now that she's now a specialist, a household name in the, in the media, but she has gone beyond that in managing activities, events at different levels, and particularly at the highest echelon of the administration of our great nation, Nigeria. I admire you, my dear sister, And I pray that God will continue to strengthen you. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, the impact of the newly constructed court complex on the administration of justice cannot be overstated. The physical environment in which justice is delivered is not a secondary concern. Rather, it is a decisive factor that strongly shapes the quality, speed, and public confidence in judicial outcomes. To fully understand the importance of this development, it is necessary to look beyond the building itself and focus on its deeper institutional value as a structure that supports effective decision-making in the courts. At present, the Abuja division operates with only 2 courtrooms, along with very limited administrative office space. This lack of infrastructure has continuously slowed down the timely administration of justice, especially given back.
His Excellency, our father, the governor of Ebonyi State.
And we have to go pleading with our sister courts. It is therefore necessary and proper to express deep appreciation to the Honorable the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, the Honorable the President of the National Industrial Court of Nigeria, the Honorable the Chief Judge of the FCT High Court, the Honorable the Grand Cadi, and the Honorable the President of the Customary Court of the FCT for their continuous support and ever willingness to loan to us their court halls. Sometimes they have to suspend their own sitting to accommodate us. I'm happy to say that from today, they are relieved of that burden. Thank God. Their kind support in allowing the Court of Appeal to use their courtrooms have been very helpful in maintaining judicial work during periods of serious space limitation. This commissioning comes at a historical moment for our court as we celebrate its 50th anniversary. For 50 years, the institution has remained committed to upholding justice and the rule of law. Edit 5 version. This historical landmark reminds us the future requires even greater vision. The growth of the judiciary must keep pace with the rapid expansion of the Federal Capital Territory itself. While other arms of government have received major investment in infrastructure, the judiciary in the next 50 years, we must invest in modern court buildings, digital systems, and the welfare of judicial officers. I'm glad to say that the Honorable, the Attorney General of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Minister of Justice is here. He is committed to digitalizing our courts. I also recognize the commitment of the Chief Registrar of the Honorable, the Attorney General of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Minister of Justice is here. He is committed to digitalizing our courts. I also recognize the commitment of the Chief Registrar of the Court of Appeal, who tries from our little resources to ensure that our staff are trained in anticipation of the digitalization of our courts. To prepare for the next 50 years, we must invest in modern court buildings, digital systems, and the welfare of judicial officers. These are not merely symbolic improvements.
They are practical foundations of a justice system that aims for excellence. By strengthening them today, we secure a stronger court system that attracts skilled professionals, builds public trust, and serves a growing nation with fairness, courage, and lasting integrity of generations to come. The new court complex represents a timely and important solution. With 10 fully equipped and modern courtrooms, the facility greatly increases the court's ability to hear cases and significantly improves the speed at which matters can be resolved. With 10 courts, what it means is that in a day we can actually sit in 20 panels, because when we are tied with urgent matters, as in political matters, we have morning and afternoon sessions. So you can imagine having 10 courts, 10 panels of justices sitting in the morning, and then in the afternoon we have another 10, unlike previous systems, without difficulty. This includes electronic filing systems, digital record management, and infrastructure that supports virtual and hybrid court hearings. These improvements will greatly reduce dependence on paper-based processes and manual record handling. They will also reduce delays that have long affected court proceedings and slow down the resolution of cases. Beyond efficiency, the environment in which judges work has a direct effect on the quality of justice they deliver. A safe, calm, and well-equipped workplace is essential for the clear thinking, independent, and concentration required of judicial officers. The structure of the justice system must therefore reflect the importance of the law itself. It should provide an atmosphere that is free from unnecessary distractions, inefficiency, and outside interference. When judges are supported by proper facilities, they are better able to deliver fair and well-reasoned judgments seamlessly. Not that we have not been delivering fair and well-reasoned judgments, but the burden will be less now. It is also important to recognize that a development of this scale is a result of shared vision, consistent investment, and cooperation between different levels of government. We therefore express sincere appreciation to the administration of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and to the Honorable the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, His Excellency Nyesom Wike, CON, for their recognition that investment in the judiciary is not an optional expense. Rather, it is a basic foundation for national growth, stability, and the strengthening of democracy. I recall when the Honorable the Minister attended the legal year celebration of the Court of Appeal. And we mentioned to him that we are constrained. And the minister, the Honorable the Minister, saw for himself how files were lying in open spaces, exposed to danger, being that we are a court of record. If anything happened to those records, interests will be affected, rights of citizens will be affected. And the Honorable Minister promised that he would consult the President and ensure that he found a solution. And that was about a year ago. And today, we're celebrating that promise. May this court complex stand as a lasting symbol of justice, where the vulnerable are protected, the powerful are held accountable, and the rule of law is applied with clarity, integrity, and timely action. May the Lord God Almighty continue to protect and uphold our great nation, Nigeria, and all our leaders. Thank you very much. And all our leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As she returns to sit, she has delivered a truly powerful statement of gratitude. We thank you. Thank you for the honor done me. Thank you very much, the President of the Court of Appeal, my Lord, the Honorable Justice Monica Dongba-Mason. It is Mr. President who says our investment is about our people. Infrastructure underscores our faith in our country, that the belief that today's foundation is for tomorrow's prosperity. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the inauguration of the Gateway Cargo International Airport at Ikperuremo. We welcome a prince and a man of the law, graduate of the University of Jos and the Obafemi Awolowo University, a leading light both on the national scene and in his community. Please join me as I welcome a man very much after my heart, brother and friend, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Honorable Prince Olasunkanmi Fagbemi.
I'm so sorry, Your Excellency, the microphone didn't take care of my height. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by indefatigable, amiable, God-fearing, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, a dear President of the Court of Appeal, President Dongba-Mason, CFR, my brother, amiable, I don't know how to describe him now, but let me say Chief Insom, CON, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. You mean more than that, but take this. My sister, Miriam Mahmood, MBBS, Honorable Minister of State, FCT, distinguished senators here, members of the National Assembly. I've seen senators who are my friends and my bosses, Senator Isanaso, Magnus Abbey, and others, distinguished justices of the Court of Appeal of various divisions here present. Forgive me, you may not like it. I have recognized all the justices, but let me also recognize especially the First Lady of the FCT, Justice Suzette Wike, Justice of Court of Appeal, you're right. Professor Eugenia Abu, she's really a professor because I saw people come out the other way the other day to say, oh, you taught me in this, you are the one who advised me on that. So I said, well, even if he has not delivered any inaugural lecture, we all know that she's a professor. Then members of the Fourth Estate of the REM, you please forgive me, I always confess that I am not good when it comes to protocol. I have a lecturer, I have my boss, and I want you to listen, and in advance, I crave your indulgence to leverage on the protocol to be dished out by Encyclopedia, the distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yes. Let me say that I have been given 5 minutes, but because of the importance of the day, ahead of time I will seek extension of time. Your Excellency, please bear with me. So, I said today is historic for the Nigerian judiciary and for our democracy. That is the 50th anniversary birthday gift, and that is the commissioning of the Court of Appeal Abuja Division Complex. It's not merely an unveiling of a significant judicial edifice. It is a powerful statement of this administration's unwavering commitment to the rule of law, judicial independence, and the strengthening of institutions that safeguard our constitutional democracy. As the Chief Law Officer of the Federation, I am particularly delighted to witness yet another milestone in the unprecedented support that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has continued to provide for the judiciary since assuming office. His administration has demonstrated, through concrete actions and measurable interventions, a clear understanding that a strong, independent, and effective judiciary is indispensable to democratic governance, economic growth, national stability, and the protection of citizens' rights. Indeed, it is not an exaggeration to state that no administration in Nigeria's recent history has provided the level of support to the judiciary that we have witnessed under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. This support has been comprehensive, deliberate, and transformational, covering judicial welfare, infrastructure, institutional capacity, and judicial manpower. One of the most significant achievements of this administration was the historic review of the remuneration and welfare package of judicial officers, resulting in an unprecedented increase of well over 300%. This was the first major upward review in decades and represented a bold response to long-standing concerns regarding the welfare and dignity of judicial officers. By taking this step, Mr. President reaffirmed the importance of judiciary as co-equal arm of government and demonstrated his commitment to ensuring that judicial officers are adequately supported in discharging their constitutional responsibilities. Beyond welfare, this administration, that's the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has embarked upon one of the most ambitious judicial infrastructure development programs in the history of our nation. The Court of Appeal Abuja Division Complex, which Mr. President will commission today, is a shining example of that commitment. As part of the project commissioning program, commemorating the third anniversary of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, the judiciary has received notable attention, with this week being the second of the 3 weeks dedicated to the commission of judicial infrastructure projects. In addition to these courts complex, the administration has completed and will commission residential quarters for justices of the Court of Appeal and judges of the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, the official residencies of heads of courts in the Federal Capital Territory, and several other critical judicial infrastructure projects. Putting matters in perspective, it is worthy of note that these projects represent special interventions by the federal government, distinct from judiciary statutory budgetary allocations, which have themselves witnessed significant increases under the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Their delivery, therefore, goes beyond the fulfillment of routine funding obligations and demonstrates a deliberate and far-reaching commitment to strengthening the judiciary through sustained investment in critical infrastructure, thereby enhancing its independence and effectiveness. The administration's support has also extended to strengthen the institutional capacity of the courts. Through the appointment and confirmation of qualified judicial officers, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government ensured that Nigerians achieved a full complement of justices of Supreme Court as constitutionally envisaged. The critical intervention has enhanced the Apex Court's capacity, improved its ability to manage its caseload, and significantly reduced delays in adjudicating matters of national importance. Similarly, the federal government has continued to support initiatives aimed at modernizing court administration, improving access to justice, enhancing judicial efficiency, and promoting reforms that strengthen public confidence in the judicial system. These efforts underscore the administration's recognition that judiciary's effectiveness depends not only on the quality of its personnel, but also on the adequacy of the resources and infrastructure available to it. Mr. Vice President, sir, what makes these achievements particularly noteworthy is that they are rooted in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's enduring democratic credentials and long-standing commitment to institutional development. Long before assuming office as president, he had established a reputation as a leader who understood the importance of strong institutions. As governor of Lagos State, he championed far-reaching reforms within the justice sector, invested in judicial infrastructure, supported judicial welfare, and laid the foundation for many of the innovations that transformed Lagos into a model of judicial administration. Today, he is replicating that vision on a national scale with the same conviction, and a strong judiciary is essential for a strong democracy. Equally important is the fact that while providing unprecedented support to the judiciary, this administration has maintained absolute respect for its constitutional independence. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu understands that judicial independence is the cornerstone of the rule of law, and that the legitimacy of the courts depends on the administration has never interfered and will never interfere with either the administrative autonomy or the adjudicatory functions of the courts. The judiciary has remained free to discharge its constitutional mandate independently, and judicial decisions have been respected in accordance with the principles of constitutional democracy. This combination of robust support and unwavering respect for institutional independence is a defining feature of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's approach to governance and a hallmark of true democratic leadership. As we commission this significant Court of Appeal complex today, we celebrate more than a physical structure. We celebrate a vision of judiciary that is strong, independent, adequately resourced, and equipped to meet the demands of a modern democratic society. We celebrate a president who understands that the strength of our democracy depends on the strength of our institutions. As we celebrate a continuing partnership with the arms of government founded on mutual respect, constitutionalism, and the shared objective of national development. I therefore congratulate His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his steadfast commitment to the judiciary, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the President and Justices of Court of Appeal, and all stakeholders whose dedication has contributed to this remarkable achievement. Just last year, it's less than a year now, we commissioned this project. We laid the foundation, and you understand the promise given by the Honorable Minister of Federal Capital Territory, and the directive to the contractor was agreement is agreement. Your Excellency, I agree, and I confirm and I witness that agreement is agreement. I extend my very special and deserving commendation to the Honorable, our indefatigable Honorable Minister of Federal Capital Territory, His Excellency Nyesom Wike, CON, and his partner, Hajia Mahmood, the Minister of State, Federal Capital Territory, for their strategic infrastructural interventions in the judiciary and the fast transformation of the landscape of the nation's capital city. May these projects stand for generations as a symbol of justice, excellence, judicial independence, and enduring commitment of this administration to the rule of law. Your Excellency, I thank you.
The Attorney General of the Federation delivers a powerful scorecard of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his commitment to the judiciary, and also a salute to the Honorable Minister of the FCT for his judiciary infrastructure intervention and for providing this absolutely gorgeous edifice. We thank you, sir. We thank Mr. President for the effort he has put in and his commitment to the independence of the judiciary. 50th anniversary birthday gift to the judiciary and commitment to the rule of law. A round of applause for the Honorable Attorney General. And I thank you, sir, always for the honor. I do not take it for granted. Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our special guest of honor, we thank you for your continued patience. We appreciate your presence here today. I'd like to say that it is wonderful always when there is music in the air, and the band did an incredible job this morning by performing Louis Armstrong Satchmo's What a Wonderful World. Please give them a round of applause for keeping us very happy before our special guest of honor arrived, such art, such performance, such sonorous voices to lift our spirits, a truly Nigerian brand. We thank you. Today, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned that the International Association of Women Judges were hosted in Abuja last week by the President of the Court of Appeal. I dare say the word about the Honorable Minister of FCT by the judges was that of admiration for the work he has done and thankfulness for the intervention in judiciary infrastructure, and understanding the support of Mr. President and Mr. Vice President for these huge infrastructural projects who support the judiciary, and their support is powerful. We thank them. Today, we are thankful for this beautiful building and for those who are here in support of the commissioning, led in chief by His Excellency, our amiable Vice President in representation. No one else fits that bill for gratitude than our elegant and cerebral Honorable Minister of State for FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, as she comes forward to deliver her vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, the Director of the Program, Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, aptly represented by the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. The Honorable Justice of Nigeria, my Lordship, Justice Kudrat Kekere Iku, GCON, all members of the National Assembly that are here present, the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Chief Prince Latri Fabimi, SAN. The Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, His Excellency Barrister Ezemo Yosunwike, CON, a life bencher. All other members of the Federal Executive Council that are here with us, the President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Monica Degba-Mese, CFR. All other judges and head of courts, my lordships that are here with us, all SSAs to the President, all top Monica Degba-Mese, CFR. All other judges and head of courts, my lordships that are here with us, all SSAs to the President, all top members, management officials that are here, area council chairman, our royal fathers, contractor, captain of industries, everybody that is here with us, I acknowledge you all. And it is with heart full of gratitude and joy that I express our deepest appreciation to everyone that has found time to come and celebrate with us at this auspicious occasion. That's the official commissioning of the newly constructed Court of Appeal building, the Abuja division here in the Daki View. It's another landmark that shows our collective commitment to contribute to the building, to Nigeria, to the judiciary. We have to thank His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for his visionary leadership and also unwavering commitment in delivering infrastructure that will enable our judiciary to serve our people with dignity, with independence, and also with excellence. We also have to appreciate His Excellency Barrister Ezemo Yosunwike, a life bencher, for his continued effort to deliver transformative infrastructure across the nation capital, and also to reaffirm the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency, Mr. President, through impactful and visible projects that everybody can see. We have to appreciate the CGN, the President Court of Appeal, all the members of the bench and bar that are here with us, the National Assembly, our supporters, the media crew, and everyone whose contribution and collaboration has made this project a reality. We appreciate everyone for your presence. We appreciate you for your continuous support always. We also say thank you for the belief you have in our government. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for coming.
A difficult task. To say thank you is a very difficult task. and the Honorable Minister of State, FCT, makes it look easy every time she comes to the podium. We thank you. We thank you always. The person who says thank you never gets to be thanked. So we thank you. Thank you so very much indeed. Thank you. A round of applause for the elegant Honorable Minister of State. Your Excellencies, on the Democracy Day of 2025, the 26th Democracy Day, His Excellency, Mr. Vice President said, and I quote, "The burden of democracy is not to be carried by one man alone. We must rise collectively to build a fortress around our democracy that no force of anarchy can breach." Again, Mr. Vice President emphasized the importance of the substance of democracy and not just the form when he addressed the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September of 2024, emphasizing that democracy should go beyond elections and institutions to deliver justice, security, opportunity, and improved living standards for our people. We thank you for your presence, sir, always. In representation of the number one citizen, Mr. Vice President sits patiently with us today. We thank you, sir. A round of applause for Mr. Vice President. The work going on in the FCT is beyond roads and buildings. The FCT Minister, Ugochinyere, is always explaining to those who care to listen that there are schools rehabilitation going on. There is health support going on. And there is recruitment of many of our citizens and residents wherever there is a job deployed to a contractor. In fact, he always highlights job employment as part of the collateral value that contractors bring to the table. A man whose energy is one to be admired, whose attention to detail is well noted and respected, whose passion for infrastructure is unprecedented, an administrator and a barrister at law. Please join me as I welcome Mr. Project, Honorable Minister of FCT, Ugochinyere, to deliver his address.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, ably represented by our own loyal, courageous Vice President, Senator Kasim Shettima, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger. Distinguished senators here, particularly my own senator, Senator Oluwero Yesu, and Senator Osita Izonaso, the Honorable Attorney General, and the Prince, Chief Advocate of Nigeria, Latif Fabibi, the Honorable Minister of State for the Capital Territory, the President of the Court of Appeal, and Justices of the Court of Appeal, the various divisions that are here, their leaders, the Mandate Secretary, the staff of the Federal Capital Territory Administration. Mr. President, let me take permission from you to specially recognize so that I'll be able to eat food at home. My wife, Suzette, the wife of the Minister of FCT. I don't want anybody to deny me my lunch at home. Mr. President, let me also, this opportunity do not come every day. Like I've said, somebody has laid a foundation which we use the ladder to climb. Our own leader, whom God has somewhat blessed, but he has now left us to do what he has taught us. They used to call him the political bulldozer of Rivers State. But God has now taken him out of that place. That should not be a traditional ruler. So he laid the foundation for all of us. Sergeant Chidi, I would say, one of everyone. This sergeant is not that he has seen the military before. He has never been in the army. But how he became sergeant, I do not know. but since we cannot quote it, Your Excellency, let me join my sister, my colleague, the Honorable Minister of State FCT, thanking you. This is the fourth day of 31 days of commissioning projects. Out of the 4 days, you have come personally 3 times, 3 days out of the 4 days. I want to sincerely thank you for your support for the administration of the FCT. Your Excellency, let me say that the President and Commander-in-Chief, just like what the President of Republic said, in one of their legal years, which I was opportune to attend, she did mention of the condition where the Court of Appeal Division was facing at the headquarters. And I did promise, like she said, to inform the President. And I did inform the President that there's the need to intervene. And Mr. President, I was touched when I told him that Mr. President said, don't you think also that about where our justices and judges are residing? So I don't want to stay in areas where you don't even know where the criminals are. And that they need, therefore, to start providing befitting accommodation. So you're not laying foundation or building residences for them. And I did say, sir, yes, that is possible, but I have to do it only for the FCT, since we're only dealing with the FCT administration. So it will go for the FCT High Court. He said, yes, you are right. But what about the Federal High Court, the Industrial Court, and the Court of Appeal? Who are they serving? Who are the beneficiaries of the services they render? They are the citizens of Abuja and those who carry on their businesses in Abuja. So you will not restrict yourself to only providing for the FCT High Court. You must also provide for the Federal High Court, the Industrial Court, and the Court of Appeal. And we agreed to do that. Again, he said, I hope you know that it will not look at other projects that will be abandoned for other administrations to inherit. Anything we will start, you must make sure it is completed. Your Excellency, very happy with your support to the FCT. Today, we are here to commission this edifice. I want to also say that we are not only commissioning this edifice, just like the Attorney General said, we have also completed the project we started in terms of housing for the justices and judges of the various courts. Tomorrow, we are going to hand over the one for the Court of Appeal. On Wednesday, we are going to hand over the one for the Federal High Court. And then in July 7th, we are going to hand over the one for the FCT High Court. Tomorrow, we are going to flag off for the Industrial Court and also for the members of the Code of Conduct Tribunal. The President has directed that they must also benefit of this intervention. Your Excellency, like I've always said, in 2024, when we celebrated the 1-year anniversary of Mr. President, we took out 9 days for the commission of projects for Mr. President 1 year in office. 9 days. In 2025, we took out 19 days. To the glory of God, for the 3rd year, we are taking out 31 days for the commissioning of projects. One thing, like the Attorney General said, the independence of the judiciary, and it is the belief
of Mr. President, you can't talk about the independence of the judiciary when the judiciary does not have befitting environment where they can carry out their functions. How do you talk about independence when somebody cannot sit comfortably, carry out his or her duties? When somebody does not have a befitting home to stay and do their work. And so if you want to talk about independence of judiciary, you must, apart from the emoluments that are attached to them, you must provide a fitting environment where they are going to work and give them comfortable areas where they will stay and do their work in terms of their houses. I'm sure by the time His Excellency unveils this complex today and you have access to this, you would see that the total difference than what the president said, built with the modern technology that will not have any problems. I'm happy because when the contract was awarded to a local contractor, I was really worried. And I called the managing director, whom I have known. I said, you know, I do not have friends when it concerns doing jobs. If you want to be my friend, please make sure that this job is completed and on time. I've always said that if I pay you money during rainy season, you must also work during rainy season. Because there's no need, if you're not going to work during rainy season, then you collect our money, you can put it in the bank and begin to make interest. So if you know you will not work during the rainy season, leave our money alone to stay with us. When dry season comes, we pay you. The MD, I thank you with your staff. I'm sure, I don't think that you want to meet somebody like me again when it concerns contracts. I think I've been here not less than 20 times. 2 days ago I was here, and yesterday I was here. I was trying to go around the complex, and I was pointing out to them that this is not our standard. If you don't do those things that I come here today, I will abuse you. Yes, you will say, what is my business? I abuse that, don't talk in anybody's body, but let me abuse you first. So thank God as I came, I also went and they've taken corrections of those things. So I'm very happy and thank the president, like the Attorney General said, it's a gift for the 50th year of the Court of Appeal. And I will also say, some people are lucky in life. Why do I say so? You are not the first president of the Court of Appeals. You are not the first. But one would ask, why is it your time that Abuja has now come to have a complex of its own? Why is it your time that now they are providing houses for your colleague, your brother judges, and also providing houses for the heads of court? Everybody has its own period, and God Almighty has decided that it is your own time all this will come. And we are happy. The Honorable Minister of State and my humble self, we are also lucky to work with Mr. President at this time of changing the narrative in the FCT and Nigeria in general. Let me thank also, you should thank the Attorney General too, who has always made sure that every day, either he calls me or we meet in the Federal Council, and he will say, are you sure those projects will be ready for the Court of Appeal 50th year and the 3rd year anniversary of Mr. President? I wouldn't say, sir, go home and sleep with your 2 eyes closed. That will be done. Today, to the glory of God, we are here. When we came here, there are no houses here. There's no road. We had to construct this road. Mr. Vice President, you recollect, the day you came to commission this road, it was raining heavily. And we said, whoever is doing this has failed, that you must commission this road that day. And to the glory of God, those of us who are prayer warriors, we prayed and prayed and prayed, and the rain stopped, and you came. Since we started this project and this road was completed, all over the place, projects are springing up left, right, and center. Because I've told them, if I see anywhere that the land is not developed, we have a lot of things to do with land. I will take it and make sure those who want to develop it will develop it. Finally, I pray that we support the president. The judiciary needs public infrastructure. FCT needs development. But development needs funding. You cannot have development when there's no fund. So all of us are happy. We are clapping hands, defeating edifice. But have you asked your own question? Have you played your own role as expected of good citizens? How many of us here have paid our grand rates? How many of us here have paid our tenement rate? So it's not enough to clap. We're happy. We have a new place now. Where did we get the money from? Where did we get the money from? So I've seen all the faces smiling, justices are smiling. If you know you have not paid your grand rate, consider that the land will no longer belong to you. We'll give it to those who can pay us the grand rate for us to build public infrastructure. On this note, Mr. President, I invite you to commission this complex to the glory of God. Thank you and God bless you.
Please kindly take that. The chairman, Senate Committee on Markets, Capital Markets and Institutions, distinguished Senator Osita Izunaso, with the senator representing Imo West Senatorial District, the chairman, Senate Committee on Federal Character and Intergovernmental Affairs, and the senator representing Rivers East, Senator Olwell here Choyeso. The honorable member representing Obio Akko Federal Constituency of Rivers State, Honorable Ogundu Kingsley Chinda. Your Lordship, the President of the Court of Appeal, Honorable Justice Monica Bolnan Dongban Mensem, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike, the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Prince Latif Olasunkami Pakbemi SAN, the Honorable Minister of State, Federal Capital Territory, Dr. Maria Mahmoud Bunkure, Honorable Justices of the Court of Appeal, most especially Justice Suzette Ebere Chiwike, and other heads of courts of various jurisdictions, Your Royal Highness, Chief Sergeant Awuse, and other royal fathers present here, my former colleagues in the National Assembly, I have seen Senator Tanimu Phillips Aduda, our other colleagues, Senator Abe Magnus Abe. Well, I recognize all of you. Officials of the Federal Capital Territory Administration and Federal Capital Development Authority, Area Council Chairman, Managing Director, Visible Construction Limited, Mr. Lakena Debi, honored guests, members of the Post Escort of the Rim, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to join my Lord, Justice Monica Domkan Mensem, to appreciate Mrs. Eugenia Abu. She graduated from the Ahmadu Bello University area with BA English in 1981 when I was wearing shorts and attending secondary school. She anchored the Prime NTA Network News for 17 years and holds MA in Contemporary Policy Studies from City University of London with a distinction in 1992, and added an MA from Steele University in Creative Writing in 2001. So she's a poet, a writer, a broadcast journalist. In the blink of an eye was one of her collection of essays. And she's a wonderful lady. Any program that she anchors, I feel very comfortable because she is supremely competent. Eugenia will keep on embarrassing you at all functions. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride that I stand here today in Dakibu to commission the Court of Appeal Abuja Division Building Complex. This is not just a building. This is a statement that under the renewed hope agenda, the rule of law will have a befitting home. My lords, for too long, the Abuja division of this court operated from a cramped temporary space, and that was unacceptable. A nation that seeks justice must respect the temple of justice. When I visited and saw the condition, I gave a simple instruction: fix it. And today we have fixed it. When I visited and saw the condition, I gave a simple instruction: fix it. And today we have fixed it. Let me especially commend the Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Edom Owike, a life venture, for truly being Mr. Project, Mr. Fix-It. When I appointed you as the Minister of the FCT, I knew you would not sleep. You took the assignment to deliver this project in May 2024. By July, contractors were on site. You promised 16 months. You delivered in record time. No excuses, no variation. And you delivered in record time. Nigerians can see the difference. Well done, Barrister Edom. This complex is world-class. With 2 large and 8 smaller courtrooms, legal cases will now receive speedy attention. This will go a long way to ensure that there is justice for all. Uphold the rule of law, maintain law and order in the Federal Capital Territory, and reduce congestion in our correctional centers. This is how you honor the judiciary. This is how you strengthen democracy. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Renewed Hope agenda is not a slogan, it is action. We said we will restore the dignity of our institutions. We are doing it for the judiciary. We are doing it in health, in education, in roads, in power. Brick by brick, we are rebuilding Nigeria. This project aligns with our Renewed Hope agenda, which strives towards improved governance and the rule of law by carrying out judicial reforms, restructuring the judiciary, and increasing funding to ensure a just, rule-based society. I am therefore pleased by the concrete efforts made by the Minister of the FCT to domesticate this policy thrust by building more courts, constructing befitting residencies for judicial officers, digitizing judicial processes in the territory, and providing solid support for legal education. My lords, you serve this nation under immense pressure. The Abuja division carries a heavy docket. From election petitions to constitutional matters, the eyes of Nigeria are on you. You deserve an environment that matches the weight of your responsibility. This complex, my lords, is not a pebble. It is your right, and will do more.
To Mrs. Visible Construction Limited, you have shown what indigenous firms can do. The completion of this building is a testament to administration support for local contractors and for the provision of opportunities for local businesses to thrive and compete in a fair environment. This magnificent edifice shows that local companies have the capacity to deliver high-quality projects on time. This is the Nigeria we are building. I also congratulate the good people of the FCT who now have better access to justice, law and order. Thank you for your patience. I know construction in a sensitive area like this comes with a share of inconveniences, but you endured. Today you have a court of appeal complex you can be proud of. To my Lord Justices, as you move into this complex, Nigeria asks one thing of you. Let justice be swift. Let it be fair. Let it be blind to status, pride, or prose. Let the common man feel that this court is fully his last hope. On this note, and on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and to the glory of Almighty God, I hereby commission the Court of Appeal, Abuja Division Building Complex, for the service of justice and for the benefit of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May this edifice stand as a symbol of our democracy. May it deliver judgments that unite and strengthen our nation. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President and CNC of the Armed Forces. Thank you.
Only those who went to receive the Vice President and also the First Lady of FCT, Honorable Justice Eberechi, should please join her husband at this point. Attorney General, two Senators, Osita Izunaso, Orwell Onyeso, Minister of State, and of course, Lady Eberechi, my Lord. I'd like her to please join her husband at this stage. My Lord, please. Thank you. The contractor, quickly.
It's my singular honor and privilege to cherish forever to, on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, commission this beautiful edifice to serve justice to the people of Nigeria.
We congratulate Honorable Justice Monica Dongba Menson, whose birthday was Saturday. Happy
Court
birthday.
of Appeal, Abuja Division, officially commissioned by His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, on Monday, 15th June 2026.
The Court of Appeal Complex, Abuja Division, has been commissioned by no less a person than the representative of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And we congratulate Honorable Justice Monica Dongba Menson, President of the Court of Appeal, and Justices of the Court of Appeal. We congratulate her as well on her birthday on Saturday. We celebrate. Congratulations to my Lord, the Honorable Justice Monica Dongba Menson, President of the Court of Appeal. Happy birthday to you. We shall all
United States, Iran agreed to end hostilities as Trump says Strait of Hormuz is still be reopened. Global oil prices fall, shares soar as U.S.-Iran peace deal comes into place. Norwegian Crown Prince's son, Mette Marit, jailed for rape. This is the World News on AIT. I am Onoshorena Obozege. You're welcome. We start from the United States this evening, where the state and Iran have announced a framework agreement aimed at ending months of conflict and reopening the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz. Iran said that the newly announced agreement with the United States put an immediate end to the country's war. Iran's deputy foreign minister said in televised comment in the early hours of Monday that a permanent and immediate end to the war has been declared on all fronts, including Lebanon.
A major diplomatic breakthrough may be on the horizon in the Middle East as the United States and Iran have agreed to a framework deal intended to end their conflict and pave the way for a lasting peace agreement. The announcement came after the marathon negotiations reportedly involving mediators from Pakistan and Qatar. Iran's deputy foreign minister said the agreement brings an immediate end to military operations on all fronts, while Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif described the deal as a permanent termination of hostilities pending final negotiations. Under the agreement, a ceasefire will remain in place for another 60 days while both sides work out the details of a final accord. Among the key issues still to be resolved are Iran's nuclear program, international sanctions relief, and access to billions of dollars in frozen oil revenues. U.S. President Donald Trump said he had ordered the removal of a naval blockade of Iranian ports and announced that the Strait of Hormuz would reopen once the agreement is formally signed. Iranian officials presented the agreement as a diplomatic victory, while the country's military leadership said the conflict had demonstrated the resilience of Iran and its regional allies. World leaders, including those from France, Britain, Germany, and Italy, praised the agreement and reiterated that Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon.
And global markets have reacted positively after the United States and Iran announced a framework agreement aimed at ending months of conflict. The news has pushed oil prices lower and boosted stock markets around the world as investors hope for the reopening of the crucial Strait of Hormuz shipping route.
The agreement raises hopes that the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important energy corridors, could soon reopen to international shipping. Brent crude oil prices fell nearly 5% following the announcement, dropping to just over $83 per barrel. Investors also rushed back into stock markets, encouraged by the prospect of improved energy supplies and reduced geopolitical risk. Asian markets recorded some of the strongest gains. European markets followed the trend, with major indexes in Germany, France, and Britain all ending the day higher. The Strait of Hormuz carries around 1/5 of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas exports. Since the conflict began, fears over disruptions to shipping through the waterway have driven sharp increases in global energy prices. Despite the optimism, industry experts warn that restoring normal operations may take time. Energy analysts say mines and other hazards would need to be cleared from shipping lanes before vessels can move safely through the strait. There is also a backlog of tankers waiting to transit the route. After months of disruption, experts say it could take weeks and possibly months before oil export and shipping volumes return to pre-conflict levels. Even so, markets appear to be betting that the agreement marks the beginning of greater stability in the region. For consumers and businesses alike, lower oil prices could provide welcome relief after months of uncertainty. But much now depends on whether negotiators can turn the framework agreement into a lasting peace deal.
Leaders of the world's major industrialized democracies are gathering in France for a high-stakes G7 summit dominated by the aftermath of the newly announced U.S.-Iran peace agreement. The meeting comes as leaders also confront the ongoing war in Ukraine, global economic challenges, and growing concerns over artificial intelligence.
G7 summit is underway in the French resort town of Evian-les-Bains, where world leaders are seeking common ground on some of the most pressing international challenges. At the center of discussion is the newly announced framework agreement between the United States and Iran, a deal aimed at ending months of conflict and reopening the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz. President Donald Trump arrived at the summit after celebrating what he described as a major diplomatic achievement. Leaders from Europe, Canada, and Japan are expected to seek further details about the agreement and its implications for regional stability, energy, security, and global markets. French President Emmanuel Macron, the summit host, says leaders will examine the wider consequences of the accord, including its impact on Lebanon, regional security, and Iran's missile program. European governments are particularly eager to ensure that waterway remains permanently open as economies continue to deal with the effects of higher energy costs. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to join the summit on Tuesday following the latest Russian attacks on Ukraine that killed civilians and damaged a historic cathedral in Kyiv. Zelensky is urging G7 leaders to increase pressure on Moscow and strengthen support for Ukraine. The summit will also focus on economic stability, artificial intelligence, digital regulation, and supply chain security. Security has been tightened across the region, with thousands of police officers and troops deployed around the summit venue.
Children under the age of 16 will be banned from using social media under sweeping new measures announced by British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The government says the move is designed to protect young people from harmful online content, while campaigners and bereaved families have welcomed what they describe as a landmark step for child safety.
The United Kingdom is set to introduce one of the toughest social media restrictions in the world. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer says children under 16 will be barred from creating accounts on major social media platforms from spring 2027. The ban will apply to popular services including Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and X. The government says the measures are aimed at reducing children's exposure to harmful content, online challenges, cyberbullying, and unwanted contact from strangers. As part of the plan, platforms will also be required to block under 16s from live streaming and prevent unknown adults from directly communicating with children online. Additional protections for older teenagers are also being considered, including overnight curfews and limits on endless scrolling features. Families affected by online harms have welcomed the announcement. Among them is the mother of an 11-year-old boy who allegedly died after attempting an online challenge. Campaigners say stronger protections are long overdue and argue that social media companies have failed to adequately safeguard young users. Officials say social media companies will be required to use highly effective systems to determine whether users are old enough to access their services. The UK joins a growing number of countries considering tougher controls on children's online access. Governments across Europe, North America, and Asia are exploring similar measures as concerns mount over the impact of social media on young people's mental health and well-being.
The debate over assisted dying in England and Wales is returning to Parliament after a Labour Member of Parliament launched a fresh attempt to legalise the practice. The move comes months after similar legislation passed the House of Commons but failed to complete its passage through the House of Lords.
A renewed effort to legalise assisted dying in England and Wales is set to reignite one of the most sensitive debates in British politics. Labour MP Lauren Edwards has introduced a new bill that mirrors legislation approved by MPs last year, but ultimately stalled in the House of Lords. The proposed legislation would allow terminally ill adults with a life expectancy of 6 months or less to seek medical assistance to end their own lives, subject to legal safeguards and eligibility requirements. Supporters argue the measure would provide dignity, choice, and compassion for people facing the end of life. The original bill, introduced by fellow Labour MP Kim Leadbeater, cleared the House of Commons but ran out of parliamentary time after extensive scrutiny and amendments in the House of Lords. If MPs pass the same bill in 2 consecutive parliamentary sessions, peers may ultimately be unable to block it from becoming law. Opponents of assisted dying argue that legislation does not provide sufficient protections for the vulnerable people. Supporters, meanwhile, argue that carefully regulated assisted dying laws already operate in several countries and jurisdictions across the world. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has previously voted in favour of assisted dying, whilst several senior government ministers have expressed opposition. Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch has criticised the decision to revive the bill, arguing that concerns raised during the previous parliamentary debate have not been fully addressed. The issue is expected to generate intense discussion both inside and outside Parliament in the months ahead.
The son of Norway's crime prince Mette Marit has been sentenced to 4 years in prison after being found guilty of 2 counts of rape. Maries Borg Hobby was convicted by an Oslo court following a high-profile case that has drawn intense public attention across Norway.
Oslo has sentenced Mauritius Borg Hobby, the son of Norway's crown princess Mette Marit, to 4 years in prison after finding him guilty of 2 counts of rape. The 29-year-old was also convicted of several additional offences, including abuse and reckless behaviour involving multiple women. Judges at Oslo District Court cleared Hobby of 2 other rape charges, but concluded there was sufficient evidence to convict him on 2 counts involving separate women. According to the court, both victims were unable to resist at the time of the assaults. Hobby denied all 4 rape allegations throughout the trial. Prosecutors had sought a prison sentence of more than 7 years, while defense lawyers argued for a significantly shorter term. His legal team is expected to consider an appeal. The court also ordered Hobby to pay compensation to several victims. Although he grew up within Norway's royal household after his mother married Crown Prince Haakon, Hobby is not a member of the royal family and does not hold any royal title. The case has attracted widespread attention in Norway, partly because of his connection to the monarchy. The trial involved allegations from 6 women and included months of testimony and evidence. One conviction was linked to an incident in 2018, while another related to events in 2024. The court's ruling was delivered in a detailed written judgment spanning more than 100 pages. The verdict marks one of the most significant criminal cases involving someone closely connected to Norway's royal household and is likely to remain the focus of public and legal scrutiny in the weeks ahead.
11 skydivers and 1 pilot have been killed in a plane crash in the U.S. state of Missouri, officials have said. According to a Bates County emergency management spokesperson, the airplane, which was leased by a skydiving company, took off around 11:20 local time on Sunday After failing to gain altitude, it made a sharp left turn and crashed about 200 yards away from Butler Memorial Airport, and all 12 people on board died. The sheriff said the plane had not been a commercial airliner and rather a local airline that took off from our local airport. Local media reported that first responders checked the area to see if any of the skydivers had jumped from the plane before the crash. Some family members of the deceased witnessed the incident, the sheriff said. Authorities have also not shared information on the identities of the victims. The city of Butler is about 50 miles south of the Kansas City metropolitan area. The National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, is leading the investigation into the crash. The alt-pop U.S. musician and internet personality Oliver Tree was among 6 people who died when the helicopter he was traveling in collided with another in Brazil. The 32-year-old had been on a world tour when the crash occurred over Rio de Janeiro on Sunday. One of the helicopters then fell onto the car park of a dealership, setting around 20 vehicles ablaze. Footages published by Brazilian media shows one of the helicopters dropping from the sky, as well as flames and thick smoke rising from the crash site. Authorities say an investigation into the case and cause of the collision is now underway. Tree had just begun a world tour with his most recent show in Sao Paulo, Brazil on 6th of June. He was next scheduled to perform in Lisbon, in Portugal, on 1st of July and had been due to play dates in Glasgow, Manchester and London in September. Tree was nominated for a Brit Award in 2024 for his song Miss You, alongside German producer Robin Schulz. In 2020, he broke the Guinness World Record for building the largest kick scooter at 4.16 m tall and 3.13 m long. At least 9 people have been killed in a new wave of Russian attacks across Ukraine, with one of Kyiv's most important religious landmarks severely damaged. Officials say the strikes targeted residential area and critical infrastructure, leaving thousands without power and raising fresh concerns over the protection of cultural heritage during the war.
Russia has launched another major wave of missile and drone strikes across Ukraine, killing at least 9 people and injuring dozens more. The attacks struck several regions of the country overnight, including the capital, Kyiv, and northeastern city of Kharkiv. Ukrainian officials say 4 people were killed in Kyiv after strikes hit residential buildings and sparked fires across the city. More than 20 others were injured, while power outages left over 100,000 residents without electricity. Emergency crews worked through the night to extinguish fires and search damaged buildings for survivors. In Kharkiv, officials say 5 rescue workers lost their lives while responding to a blaze caused by a Russian strike. Several others were wounded in what authorities described as a tragic second blow to emergency personnel already working in dangerous conditions. Among the most significant sites damaged was the Domitian Cathedral, one of Ukraine's most important religious and historical landmarks. The cathedral is part of the Kyiv-Pecheks Lavra Monastery, a UNESCO World Heritage Site dating back nearly 1,000 years. It was largely destroyed during the Second World War and later reconstructed in the early years of Ukraine's independence. Meanwhile, Russia reported casualties from a Ukrainian drone attack in the city of Tula, south of Moscow. Both sides continue to exchange long-range strikes as the conflict enters another year with no immediate end in sight. The latest attacks come ahead of this week's G7 summit in France, where leaders are expected to discuss ongoing support for Ukraine and efforts to bring an end to the war.
You are still watching the World News on AIT. We'll take a short break and return for more stories.
The stories now break online. Don't Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online, on live.
Welcome back to more stories now. Africa carries the heaviest malaria burden globally as it loses about 500,000 of its people to the disease every year. This is almost the equivalent of the entire population of the West African island nation of Cape Verde. Researchers at Imperial College London are, however, digging deep towards faster field diagnosis of the disease, as well as gene mutilation of the malaria parasite. AIT's Shola Jayesimi has this report.
The frightening data from the World Health Organization, WHO, also shows that the under 5 make up roughly 75% of all malaria-related deaths in Africa. Nigeria and the Democratic Republic of Congo, which both make up about 20% of the continent's population, are most impacted by malaria. In Nigeria, after about 2 decades of running a program called the Rollback Malaria, the Nigerian Senate in early June passed a bill for the creation of a national agency for malaria elimination as a more forceful government strategy at tackling the scourge. At Imperial College London, Senegalese national Lamine Jadama is part of a team of researchers into gene modification of the mosquito DNA under the target malaria gene drive technology.
So these parasites are in us, but they will not be able to complete their life cycle without the presence of the mosquito. So when the mosquito is taking another blood meal again, where they need to lay eggs, they need blood to lay eggs, then they already have this parasite in their salivary gland.
Scientists such as Professor Conington and his team of 7 have also been innovating, developing gadgets and devices for the diagnosis of the malaria parasite alongside other ailments.
This heat block can run 4 tests at a time. A single user usually can do about 12 per hour. So one technician working and doing the tests can do about 12 in an hour.
This time for faster diagnosis in remote locations far from where standard laboratories can be accessed. The Media Learning Exchange program to London, courtesy of the British High Commission, Abuja, came in the immediate aftermath of the Nigerian President Bola Tinubu's state visit to the UK on the invitation of King Charles. Agreements in various spheres were signed. An optimization of opportunities between Africa and the UK science and innovation, the president of Imperial College, Professor Hugh Brady, says, will be a win-win. Shola Jayesimi, AIT News, London.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has hosted the maiden edition of the annual Diplomatic Cultural Festival in Abuja, bringing together 80 countries for a day of global heritage, cuisine and performance aimed at strengthening ties through culture. Themed Unity in Diversity, celebrating global cultures in Nigeria, the festival positions culture as a tool of soft diplomacy, offering Nigerians and the diplomatic community a shared platform to interact beyond formal engagement.
Abuja was the center of global culture over the weekend as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs convened the 4th Annual Diplomatic Cultural Festival. The ministry said the festival was designed as a flagship initiative of soft diplomacy, using culture, food, and interaction to bring the diplomatic community and the public together and to deepen relations between Nigeria and its international partners beyond formal engagements.
We want to connect people. And, culture is like football. When you play football, you forget about where you come from, this and that. Everybody plays a game. So culture also connects like that. Look at this. Everybody's clapping for the country, irrespective of whether you have a problem with that country, that your country had a problem with that country, everybody is clapping. You forget all those things for a while.
The event saw participation from 80 countries, represented by diplomatic missions, international organizations, and foreign nationals based in Nigeria.
Diplomacy is not only about signing bilateral treaties and all, it's also knowing the other person, the cultural varieties that we have. That is what binds us. You understand the culture of one another.
It is a very good opportunity for all the country here in Nigeria come to spread all our national coaching, traditional clothes.
Actually, our Chinese embassy and the Chinese society in Nigeria, in Abuja, we very value this opportunity to deepen our mutually trust and mutually friendship.
Activities included a parade of nations, exhibition of art and crafts, a global cuisine showcase, stage performances, entertainment, a raffle draw, and a children's cultural hour anchored by the Drum of Nations. The ministry said the turnout and an engagement mark a strong start for the festival, which it intends to sustain an annual platform for cultural exchange in the country. Iwafweho, Tokwesi Udwimo, AIT News, Abuja.
And the Federal High Court Abuja has ordered the deregistration of 5 political parties. The parties are African Democratic Congress, ADC, Action's People's Party, APP, Action Alliance, AA, Zenith Labour Party, ZLP, and Accord Party, AP. Justice Peter Lifo, while delivering judgment, noted that the parties did not meet the constitutional threshold of Section 225 of the 1999 Constitution. Section 225 of the 1999 Constitution gives the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, the power to deregister parties that failed to meet the constitutional threshold. The court also noted that the affected parties failed to secure 25% of the vote in the last general elections in compliance with the provisions of the law. This development comes just minutes after a court in Imo State dismissed a suit seeking APP's deregistration, affirming the party's continued recognition by INEC. The plaintiff had argued that APP's participation in electoral activities, including the 2024 Rivers State local government elections and local council polls in Jigawa State, was unlawful because the party had purportedly ceased to exist following the February 6, 2020 deregistration exercise. However, the court found that the plaintiff failed to establish that APP was ever lawfully deregistered. The judgment effectively reinforces APP's legal standing and clears the party to continue participating in electoral activities as a registered political party recognized by INEC. And that is the world news on AIT. I am Onoshorena Obozege. Thank you for staying with us.
The tripartite. It's new, it's fresh, it's informative, it's educational, and it is authentic. The tripartite holds onto the workers, the employers, the government, and the international development partners on a round table to critically dissect issues concerning employment, productivity, welfare, safety, and health. A people united can never be defeated. Join us on the tripartite, the worker, employer, and government roundtable.
Long
long ago, there lived a wise old chicken.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think your problem's serious enough for me to take it seriously.
We accept, Mr. Mayor.
Connectors are helping roll out the program.
The connector is based in the community. We do community mobilization. We do community sensitizations. We go on, screen the girls that are eligible for dreams. Those that are eligible get to be enrolled.
The U.S. government has donated nearly 15,000 vials of the drug known as cabotegravir. That's enough to protect 2,000 Zambians against HIV for 1 year, the U.S. Embassy says. But experts say people who get the shot still need to take precautions.
People get the injection and then they think it's a silver bullet, in that then they can go out and sleep around. And really the message here is that that's not why this drug has been brought on board. To realize that this drug does not prevent pregnancies, it doesn't prevent other sexually transmitted infections.
About 1.4 million Zambians are living with HIV, with about 33,000 new infections per year. Experts hope the new drug can help bring those numbers down. Kathy Short, VOA News, Lusaka, Zambia.
Sometimes I have a problem in the way people go about things or interpret things. For example, firstly, I want to take this thing called code switching. I fully understand, I agree with you. But let's set it this way. When Madam on the other table was speaking, I was wondering whether she had ears here that she had the questions I was asking these women here. First of all, the thing called code switching, I agree, but I see it this way. Get yourself prepared, put on the best behavior, be able to express yourselves at all times. I'm not meaning that you have to insult somebody, but like she said, put your case across. Let people know what you are up to, the task you can do, rather than what you can't do. All right? So the code switch is like, if you're in America, if you go to Britain, you go wherever, if you know the mode of communication has to be English, try to speak decent English. Don't wait for when I come here and speak a decent English, when I go down there and speak. Otherwise, that thing called code switching, if you do, those who know a little bit of computer, once you have a different code for this one, and the code there are times when the code will have to, there has to be some problem. So you get a mistake now. Once you are supposed to use the Python here, you take the HTML over there and put the JavaScript there, and then you understand what I'm saying. So keep it one way. It has to be professional. It has to be professional. Don't have a language for this side and a language for that side. Now we go across. I was asking these women here, the second question I asked them that, I put it to us, all blacks, but it's good that these women are saying it, and I wish this message can go across. That we have embedded or accepted the inferiority complex in us, so that when they speak, all we want to do is accuse them, insult them, fight them, rather than show that I am not that person. Instead of showing that I am not my color is not to be targeted, let them know I am not that person who you think I am or who you want to feel. I have somebody close to me who that's in my work. Anytime they trigger him a little bit. They try to trigger me. But they notice I don't go for that. I don't fall for it. So they trigger him a little way, and then he comes. Why are you saying that? Is it because I'm black? Why are you treating me this way? Is it because I'm black? I told him, my friend, stop accepting this, because whether you're black, white, green, or yellow, you are human being like them. They have 2 eyes, you have 2 eyes. So whatever they can do, put it in yourself that you can do better. Competition is healthy. It's not the one that you want to show above all beyond, making some people look funny. But you want to show that I can do it. So don't present yourself as a black who is trying to, but present yourself as a black who is doing what I am supposed to do and do it correctly. Don't go twisting today, twisting tomorrow. Stop accepting the fact it's because I'm black. When they say, like someone told me, they say when COVID came, they say, oh, it's black people who are dirty. And they accepted the fact that, oh, yes, I am dirty. It's black people who are poor. Oh, yes, I am poor. Stop that. Do the correct thing. If it's healthy to wash your hands, to keep yourself clean, go for it. If it's good to work and earn money, work. Don't keep yourself black.
Sorry, we're running out of time, so I want to, if we have time at the end, we'll come back.
Okay.
Point, we've talked a lot about being a strong woman, all the stresses we have to face, how we always put ourselves last and prioritize others and their other needs. But there's actually a name for this, right? And it's called the Superwoman pattern, also known as the Superwoman schema. Okay, has anyone heard of this framework? Right, so this framework basically has 4 core elements. The first one is obligation to prioritize others, right? We talked about us doing that a lot. The next one is resisting rest, so constantly overworking and ignoring your own exhaustion. The other one is strength without limits, so avoiding vulnerability, masking your own distress. And then the last one is silencing myself, so suppressing your needs and avoiding help. So whenever you think about why is it that I behave like this, you're not alone. A lot of Black women in particular also struggle with these same things, and it's known as the Superwoman schema. So sometimes when there's a problem, it's good to put a name to the problem so you know how to correctly address it. So I wanted to share that with you all. And then can we go to the next slide, please? So now we're talking about the cost of this Superwoman schema, the cost of being strong. And kindly, Dr. Ikenga has already shared that this feeling can oftentimes lead to a lot of chronic stress, right? And over time, it can lead to things like hypertension, diabetes, trouble sleeping, anxiety, depression, etc. So it's important to be very mindful of taking care of yourself. But again, it's easier to address it when you can put a name to the issue. So next slide, please. What I want everyone to do is to take a second and first, I want you all to do the first activity, which is superpower. So what strength has helped you to survive or succeed? It could be anything, right? And then secondly, note what has that strength cost you emotionally or physically? So an example of this is someone might say their strength is independence. They can do things by themselves. They don't really need help. They're able to tackle things by themselves. But that cost has become difficulty to ask people for help. So because you say to yourself, I'm so independent, when you really even need the help, you are creating your own barriers to asking for services or for those resources. So I want you all to take just maybe 1 minute, think about the superpower that you have, but what is it costing you at the same time? Does anyone have any thoughts that come to mind as you just kind of quickly think about this? Yes, in the back, please. I'm so sorry, we cannot hear you. Thank you.
Hi. For me, what works all the time is prayers. And when I have my prayers, I don't just say them, I write it down, visualize them, and they come to me. And whatever time God wants, but I wait on it. And also I have very close friends, and I can openly speak to them, get inside. Sometimes they just need me, I just need them to listen, no answers, but that works for me.
Awesome, thank you so much. So I like how she kind of positivized this activity, right? So she talked about her superpower is prayer, and that superpower has caused what she feels like God answers her prayers, right? When she's able to pray, write it down, really have that faith and believe things come into fruition. That's wonderful. Anyone have anything else they'd like to share?
Yes, just like this example answer you gave on the board, my superpower is independence. And it's costing me a lot and still costing me, because at my job, it's like everybody that have a problem is going to bring it to me. And now I cannot be able to ask for help, because when I ask for help, the lesson is, Dr. I, what's going on? This is very easy for you to do. And and it's really costing me so much that I remember I'm thinking about just quitting that job, because everybody is coming to me. The big people are coming, my colleagues are coming, and the people that I'm supposed to be supervising are also coming to me, which now I can't really be able to give anything anymore because I'm exhausted with what it is. Okay, so our superpowers sometimes really are detrimental to us, because the moment we show that strength, that superpower, then people take advantage of it a lot.
We have one more response, please, here in the front. In the front, please. Oh, here in the front. Sorry. Last one, yes.
This one.
Okay.
My superpower is resilience. And it has almost me that everybody thinks I'm capable. So even when I am weak, and tired, because I'm human, because I have presented as being resilient, people do everything.
Thank you for sharing. Okay, so moving on to the next slide, please. So I'm going to quickly, because I know we're running out of time, so I'll quickly go over these slides. But mental health, as we know it, is not a single issue, and it really does present itself across the lifespan of women, right? So next slide, please. And we have some girls here with us today. But in girlhood, many of us, this is where we learn the rules, where we're often taught to be helpful, be respectful, don't embarrass the family, don't be too loud, don't be too emotional. And oftentimes, like we've already addressed, this is when the conditioning starts, right? Next slide, please. So then we transition on to early adulthood, and this is where, again, we talk about the pressure extending. So you're coming to terms into like you're getting into your education, your career, you're starting to form relationships, financial responsibility. There's this expectation to succeed. And this is where oftentimes we find ourselves shifting, depending on the different spaces that we find ourselves. Next slide. And then we have motherhood. So motherhood, for those who do choose to go this route, because not every woman wants to have children. But for those who do, the emotional labor for them usually multiplies. There are things like caregiving that they have to navigate. There's a lot of sleep disruption. There's sometimes identity shifts, right? Because now that you're a mother, you're not just thinking about yourself, you're carrying on another role where you have to caregive for another person, and that can take a toll on your mental. And culturally, this season is where women are expected to be grateful, glowing, and strong, right? If you're a pregnant woman, people want to see you glowing. Why are you not glowing? What's going on? But it's almost become like an expectation, right? But it's not easy.
Vision is in sight, one story at a time. We tell stories that make impact, stories that galvanize, echoes from the valley, storytelling for social change. Showing on Proxnet Television USA, Saturdays at 7:30 p.m. Showing also on African Independent Television, AITs, at 6:30 p.m. Echoes from the Valley, storytelling for social impact.
Then we have midlife. So in midlife, the body starts to change, our hormones start to shift, caregiving might increase, right? So you're also taking care of your children, but maybe your parents as well as they're aging. Your children are growing. You as the woman are not only transitioning into this space, but you're also handling the ones around you in their own transitions. But oftentimes you might feel like you're navigating this on your own. Next slide, please. And then we have elder years. So many women carry decades of suppressed emotions oftentimes. And I don't mean to be highlighting the negative because there's beautiful things that happen in every one of these seasons, but we're here today to discuss mental illness and, you know, the things that can affect us, our mental health that can lead us to that. Here, you know, a lot of people just assume because of your age, you already know what to do. No one is really caring and checking up on you, and oftentimes that can lead to a lot of loneliness and neglect for this population. So what it felt like to carry that strength, it's not really taken into consideration. Next slide, please. So now I want to just take maybe one or two members in the audience to discuss where are you on that lifespan map, and maybe you can share with someone where you fall, but also what you use to help you to be more resilient as you transition out of the previous stage that you were in. So for example, if you're an elder or you consider yourself midlife, how did you navigate early adulthood? So if you could share what stage you are in life right now, what advice would you give to someone in the previous stage of a life? And just kind of share it a little bit, not too long. You can just have maybe one or two folks to share it. Two people in two different areas of the lifespan map. So do we have anyone that maybe can represent early adulthood? Or anyone that can maybe represent midlife or motherhood, elder? Please don't be shy. Can we have someone maybe that hasn't spoken yet in the room? This side of the room, I need someone, or I'll handpick you myself. I'm coming with the microphone.
Say something. Yeah, well, you can.
Okay, here's my auntie here. We had a good conversation. I want you to share what part of the lifespan map that you feel like you're in, and how did you transition from the previous stage? So where do you find yourself? Would you say midlife, elder? Where do you find yourself?
Thank you so much for the question.
Yeah.
I would say I'm the elder independent reflection.
Yes. So can you give maybe someone that's in midlife how to navigate that season of life to transition smoothly into elderhood? What advice would you give your younger self?
When you're young, you have your education, and then you go up to a certain stage that you get yourself got married, and then from that stage, you decide whether to have children early or whether to space your children. Going along with that, will also help you to do things which you want to do. Because having children in the early age doesn't warrant you to do exactly what you want to do. But if you space your children when you get married, you'll be able to take care of them. And you don't have to be independent on someone. Or you and your husband, you don't have to depend on other people. So you grow up with that, and in your community, you'll be an advisor to people, and then you continue doing your work. And when you have your children, you start to groom them how life it is. That life is not so easy. But for some people, it is easier. But for some, it is not. Depends on the way they find themselves, the family they find themselves. But with me, I give thanks to God that I'm able, to carry on with my duties and also to be independent when it reaches time that, I'm a single mother. I grew up independent and learned to do things the way I know that it will help my children to do. If we have that mentality, it will reflect on us, not to depend on people, but to grow and do things the right way as a child of God. That will help you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, I know that we're running out of time, so we'll skip to the end of the presentation. So if we could skip forward to the grounding exercise, the grounding video. And I want us to just take a second because we talked about, Dr. Hinacho went over different supports we can do to help ourselves to manage our mental health and wellness. But sometimes when you say things like move your body, dance, it like goes over people's head, right? It can't be that simple, but no, sometimes you can literally just type YouTube videos, whether it's Naija movies, comedy films, grounded meditation videos, and just take those 5 to 10 minutes for yourself to pour into yourself, okay? So to demonstrate that, I want us to end today doing a grounded meditation. Please, I urge you all, I know it might sound silly, it's cliche, I don't want to do this, but please refrain from being on your phones. Sit back. These are 10 minutes that you can take for today for yourself. And I want everyone to be fully engaged. So I have a colleague who makes meditation videos. She posts them on YouTube. So I want us to take some time to do that, to reset our day as we move along through the rest of what we have to do today. So please start. Is there any way we can dim the lights in the room? Yeah. Yes, can we do that? So please, everyone, no phones allowed. Ground yourself, feet straight on the ground. Roll your shoulders back. Take a deep breath. Awesome, okay. Yes.
Hello, and thank you for joining me for this guided meditation. This meditation is designed to help ground you in the present moment. Sometimes we feel anxious, and that usually comes from fears we hold, insecurities we may possess about what's coming. And some of us may be sad today because we're thinking about regrets or things that have happened to us in the past. And one of the best ways to address that feeling in this moment is to be in the present moment, where you're choosing to center yourself and your breath. So find a comfortable position. Gently lower the lids of your eyes. Either close them all together or simply lower your gaze. And let's just spend a few moments breathing together. Don't try to control the breath. Just witness your natural rhythm. When you feel feel ready, taking a deep breath. Hold it just a moment. And then let it go gently through your mouth. One more time. In through your nose. And then gently exhale through your mouth. You're here. The breath is here with you. In this very moment. If thoughts of tomorrow or yesterday begin to creep in, don't fight them. Just let them flow through. Give them just enough attention that you realize neither have anything to do with this moment. In this moment, we're centering on the breath. Feel your body support you. Feel Mother Earth support you. Feel the breath into your body. Everything in this moment is because you choose for it to be. Stay right here with us. Stay right here with the breath. Feel how you are being held by the earth in this moment. Your weight is never too heavy for it. Your presence is never too much for it. It's here to support you in this moment.
All right, thank you so much. Are we awake? Yes. Are we awake? Thank you so much. But I hope that just goes to show that sometimes you can take 1 second to pause, even if it's just a couple minutes from your day, to really take that time, take that breath to reset, to ground yourself once more. I know it might not solve all your problems in that moment, but at least it helps you to fill back into your cup to tackle what's ahead. So
At Chabindu camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanem Netizaidi, VOA News, Goma.
Hello and welcome to Gender Agenda. My name is Aicheda Majekodomi.
Are we ready? Yes. What do we want now? Special seats for women. What do we want now? Special seats for women.
Now, this is about women's rights advocates and civil society groups staging a protest at the National Assembly in Abuja, calling for greater political participation for women and immediate passage of the Special Seats Bill. It was a vibrant but peaceful gathering at the gate of National Assembly in Abuja. Women dressed in coordinated outfits, holding placards and banners, marched in solidarity, united by one message: greater inclusion for women in Nigeria's political landscape. The rally, tagged the Special Seats Solidarity Rally, brought together members of women political participation and several allied civil society organizations. Their mission: to press lawmakers to pass the Special Seats Bill.
We are here to say a big thank you to the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. We are here to say thank you for the senators who are in support. We had a promise from the Senate President that the 10th Assembly will never throw away women's bill. This was a promise that was made on the 6th of March 2025. We are here to thank them for the vote they have not yet voted. We are here to thank them that they need to do it timely. INEC timetable is out. We want women to increase their participation. Yes. We want women to represent themselves. Yes. Men cannot represent women. No. Women cannot represent men. No. voices of women at all the levels.
As more African nations seek to encourage gender parity in government positions, some African countries are struggling to fully integrate women into the political sphere.
It is time that we move from exclusion to inclusion. Yes. And we are saying, include us, include us, include us.
A recent report by the Policy and Legacy Advocacy Center reveals that Nigeria ranks lowest among sub-Saharan African countries in terms of women's representation in parliament. Out of the 185 countries analyzed in the report, Rwanda ranked highest in Africa, with women making up to 61.3% of its parliament, while Nigeria ranked 180th with 4.4% female representation. The data shows that Nigeria's 360-member House of Representatives currently has 16 women, and the 109-member Senate has just 4 women. 14 out of Nigeria's 36 states have no female state legislators. Even in states with female legislators, their number remains disproportionately low. The situation is similarly bleak for elective executive positions. Since the return to democracy rule in 1999, no woman has been elected president, vice president, or governor in Nigeria. This low level of representation fails to reflect the population of women in Nigeria. In fact, statistics from the World Bank have shown that women and girls constitute half of the population at the most populous country in Africa.
We are here to say a big thank you to the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the move that he has made so far. Nigerian women have never had the opportunity of getting a bill on women this far. And so we are here to say it's a solidarity rally, and we are here to say thank you. We thank the 10th Assembly for what they have been able to do so far. And we are calling on those who are still on the other side, who have not made up their minds to vote yes for the special seats bill, to vote now. We are urging them to vote quickly before they even go on holiday, because INEC has come out with the 2027 timetable. And what we are saying is women need to get ready. We need to mobilize them to also prepare, because there is a guideline. Even when they have voted, they still have to go to, because it's a constitutional amendment, it needs to go back to the states as well. We need to get at least 24 states to vote on it before it can be, implemented. And so we want more women to participate in politics, because what we have now is a shame on Nigeria. The kind of capacity that we have for Nigerian women is a big shame that we have very little representation of women. Women are dying in the maternity death road. You have 14 houses of assembly that has doesn't even have a single woman. So who is deciding on issues of women? Women, in terms of maternal death, we have where Nigeria is the last 5 in the world, as if we are at war, as if any woman who is pregnant today is on a maternity death road. So we want a yes vote. We are here. We are not protesting today or yet, but we are here to let them know that we are watching them, that we are thankful for all those, and we will be organizing, because March is a month for women. We'll be organizing, a solidarity and awards for those who openly have supported women in everything. Because how can you even be afraid of a woman? Because a lot of people say, how can a woman be my leader? The woman led you, had you in the tummy for 9 solid months, showed you the way to the world, gave you life, and now you come and say a woman cannot rule over you. If you are sorry for yourself on that, then better be very, very sorry, because a woman has ruled you already. She is the mother of the world. We know we have fathers. Without fathers, we can't have mothers. But we are asking that fathers and mothers, our children, for us who are older generation, we want our children to sit on the table, to decide the quality of life that we live in Nigeria. We are asking everybody to decide. People should stop all the kind of looting they are looting and provide jobs for our children. When children don't have jobs, it's women that are heavier. Because you go and ask your father, he will turn the other way, it's your mother. Your mother will have to squeeze and make sure that they are able to give you food to eat. And so we say more women for quality. Her seat on the table is very, very important. For you to have a table, can you stand on one leg? Can one hand clap hands? And so we are asking, that we do whatever we can. We do whatever we can.
I want to make it clear that this is a solidarity rally. We are not protesting. We are more or less saying thank you to the Speaker, to the Deputy Speaker, to the members of the House of Representatives, as well as to the Senate President, the Deputy Senate President, and all the senators. We are grateful so far for what they have done for us. We are grateful because we are here at this time, because, we passed through the committee level and we are waiting for voting. We are here to remind them that while they are dealing with the Electoral Act, the special seat bill is as important as the Electoral Act, because we are talking about electoral integrity, and there can't be electoral integrity without inclusion. So this is an opportunity to correct every wrong that we have in the Constitution, and the special seat bill is a way to get more women into governance. We are hoping that when it comes to voting, as they are convening tomorrow to look at the Electoral Act, we are saying it's not too much to also look at the special seats bill. We want a situation that we will not come to occupy National Assembly, but we want to, appreciate them. They have shown a lot of commitment, I must be honest. And so we are hoping that the commitment will lead to positive vote for the special seat bill. So Nigerian women are here. We are representatives of Nigerian women. If you look very well, you will see there is no logo of any organization. So we are representatives of Nigerian women. And all we are saying is that every woman in this country is behind the special seat bill. And we are saying, please do this for us. And then for the 10th Assembly, to be able to look back and say that we did something solid for Nigerian women. They will not be forgotten.
First of all, we thank them. We thank them for having the political will to get us this far. But I think political will cannot be complete without political results. And that the political results we're asking for is the passage of the special seats for women's bill. Because at the end of the day, we are looking at an election cycle come 2027 where we will see women to be able to go to the polls and to be voted for. And so a word of caution is the timeliness. We are asking them to please look at the timelines, look at the urgency of the bill and the ability to pass this bill in enough time for women to participate, even at the primaries at the political party level. Because if we miss this chance, it means that women are going to tick forward the calendar and go into 2031, and that will be the next election cycle. And if we lose this chance of passing this bill, remember we've been here 2022, we protested, but this time we are doing a solidarity walk. So what we are saying to the National Assembly is that we hear you and we appreciate you, but let your political will become political action. And that political action is to vote and pass the special seats bill for women. Your wives will thank you. Your children will thank you. And the Nigerian girl that is yet unborn, posterity will never forget you.
I am standing here as a Nigerian woman, joining women across different states here today to work in solidarity, to come here to thank the 10th Assembly, especially my boss, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON. Is someone that has put in so much effort for us to gather this momentum that we are enjoying as Nigerian women today. We've done everything we need to do. We did not leave any stone unturned. We've done most. In fact, if the bill passes today, lawmakers will know that, yes, we tried our best, we did everything. And if it does not pass, we know that we fought for the generation to come. And I would say that to any lawmaker that has not changed their mind yet on the bill, I want you to listen to me. You're not doing it for just us, you're doing it for your wives, your mothers, you're doing it for the future of your unborn kids. The posterity will look back at you. They would say, yes, the 10th House of Assembly left a legacy, and that's what we want for you. We want the best for you. Nigerian women make almost half of Nigeria's population. We are the ones that give you the vote. We are tired of dancing and singing at campaigns. We want to be part of decision making. If you reserve a seat for us today, you would see a table can't stand strong without two legs. So we need women. You can't say there is fairness. You can't say there is equity when women don't have a voice.
No nation! No nation! No nation! Reserve the seat for women so that the table becomes stronger. Reserve the seat for women so that the table becomes stronger. What do you want? Let the special seat bill. What do you want? Let the special seat bill. I hear you. What the special seat
Addressing the protesters, the spokesperson of the House of Representatives, Akin Rotimi, assured the group that lawmakers are listening to their concerns. He stated that the National Assembly would look into the demands raised, adding that voting on special seat bill would be conducted electronically this time around. A move, advocates say, could improve transparency in the decision-making process.
The low level of representation of women in the National Assembly is something that is important to both men and women. As you know, Right Honorable Abbas Tajudeen, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, is a supporter of this bill, is an advocate for this bill. As you know, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Kalu, the Deputy Speaker, is a sponsor of this bill. And we have so many men and women in the Assembly that believe that having 14 women out of 360 women in the House of Representatives is a gross injustice. Having 4 women out of 109 in the Senate is a gross injustice. Having over 20-something plus of state houses of assembly that don't have a single woman in the state house of assembly is a gross injustice. So I want you to know that we have heard you, we have listened to you, and this has been reflected in the constitutional amendment bills that are currently before the National Assembly. As it is, we have about 40 bills that are before the National Assembly in which we are going to be voting on very soon in the next few weeks. I can assure you that your advocacy is being listened to. I want to encourage you. There is street level protest, but it is also important that you reach out to your member and your senator to impress it upon them that this is what it is that you want. These constitutional amendment bills would be voted on electronically. The constitutional amendment bills will be voted on in December. We tested the technology to make sure that it was well functional, because we want to make sure that everybody bears his or her father's name. You will know how every member and how every senator has voted, in support of this bill. This is a bill that I believe Mr. President would pass and assent to if it gets to him. As we know, Our Excellency, the First Lady, a former senator, has also been advocating for this bill. So I'm here basically to let you know that we hear you, and we're going to take that feedback to the members and to the leadership of the National Assembly that this is what Nigerians want. So don't give up on the advocacy, but it's not yet done. Immediately we are done with the Electoral Act issues. We are going to vote on about 40 constitutional amendment bills, of which the reserved seat for women is also one of them.
The women's group say their demand is simple: inclusion. They insist passing the special seat bill before the 2027 general elections is critical to correcting years of political imbalance and ensuring women are adequately represented in Nigeria's governance. As the rally continues, attention now turns to the lawmakers and how they respond to the growing calls for action.
And when the voting is going to happen, we want everybody who is voting to be identified. We want whoever, so that we can trace them down to their constituency for what they are doing and what they have done. Those who said no woman, no woman, no nation. No woman, no nation.
Let me also sound a kind of warning. We are going to follow up the voting to the end. We will want to know the people that voted for us. We will also want to know the people that voted against us. Today, Nigerian women are working together. Our network is across every local government, every polling unit, and then there will be payback time.
I want you to understand the urgency of passing this bill. It is really urgent that this bill passes as soon as possible, so that Nigerian women too will go on the poll in 2027. We beg you, we love you, we know that you will do this one for us. Thank you so much.
They demand the passage of the special seat bill before the 2027 general elections. They argue that delaying the bill further would mean another missed opportunity for inclusive democracy, warning that elections conducted without gender balance weaken democratic progress and representations. The organizers say they hope the demonstration will place renewed pressure on lawmakers to act quickly on the bill. They are expecting more addresses from women leaders and advocacy group, and they will continue to monitor development and bring updates as the event unfolds. Despite the policies and numerous other efforts that have been made, Nigeria has maintained the lowest rate of women's parliamentary representation in Africa, with a steady decline in number since 2011. The reasons behind this underrepresentation of women can be attributed to unfavorable political systems and socio-cultural practices.
Why wouldn't they listen to us? They are not from the mass. They are also people from this earth that we are saying together. We are their mothers, we are their daughters, we are their sisters, we are their wives. Can any one of them go against his mother? None of them can do that. So this is the right time for them to be good children, because no matter who you are, you came out from our womb. And so this is the time for you to show appreciation. So we are talking about integrity, we are talking about character, we are talking about qualification. Once the special bill is passed, you will see the quality of women that will come up to contest, because there won't be all these obstacles against women contesting. There won't be thuggery. Only women will contest, on that special seat. So it will just be a free election. Whoever wins will get there as a woman. That's the important thing for us.
Protesters say the barriers facing women in politics go beyond elections. They cite patriarchy, political violence, limited access to campaign financing, and cultural bias as major obstacles preventing many qualified women from contesting and winning elective offices. For many here, the fight is not just about numbers, but about reshaping governance.
We have the seat for women, so that the table becomes stronger. We have the seat for women, so that the table becomes stronger. Woman, no nation. Woman, no nation. Woman, no nation. We have the seat for women, so that the table becomes stronger. We have the seat for women, so that the table becomes stronger.
And that's it on the show today. I am Aicheda Majekodomi, reporting for Gender Agenda.
All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Equality, development and peace. Women can't be silent when all around the world people hurt and hungry children cry. We'll sing out loud for justice and development.
Marijuana is a psychoactive drug from the cannabis family, which primarily serves medical purposes. It comes in green, brown, or gray color. Affordable and available in every part of our society, although its possession and consumption is illegal. Marijuana is gotten from dried flowers, leaves, stems, and seeds of the cannabis plant, and is one of the mostly and widely abused drugs, and probably the most easily accessible in the world despite its illegality. In our local parlance, some call it ganja, grass, hemp, weed, gangster, while others call it eja, igbo, broom, ewe.
It's marijuana. We call it igbo for Yoruba land. You call it sensimilla, you can call it marijuana.
This one they will call smoke or eja.
This confirmed taba. It's very easy to get. It's cultivated here. That's why we no longer call it Indian hemp. We call it cannabis sativa.
In Nigeria, its production and use is criminalized by local laws, yet it is one of the illicit drugs produced domestically. The reason it is secretly sold and used. Some wrap and conceal it in small pieces of paper to smoke.
Marijuana, Igbo, cannabis, or skunk, they're giving it so many names. It's actually illegal in Nigeria. The first thing to say is
the prevalence of marijuana, the availability, the accessibility of this mind-altering herb everywhere, despite the fact that government is talking about arresting those who either grew them or use them, is indicative of a failure itself. It means something is wrong somewhere.
Government cannot be everywhere. It is we that can help ourselves. They are doing their best.
The side effects are numerous. They include addiction, decreased mental ability, behavioral problems, chronic coughing, red eye, dry mouth, and exposure to respiratory problems. What are the implications of these hazards on the future of the Nigerian youth?
As long as you are taking it over a period of time, you become chronically mentally unstable. That chronic psychosis now comes in, what you call schizophrenia. Then you now become a liability both to yourself and to the society. Liability in what way? Of course, by the time you become easily aggressive. We see that in our youth nowadays. By the time you become aggressive, of course you might have to harm one or two people. And of course, because you are taking this thing, you have to have money. If you don't see money, because even you see that the people who are taking it are the youth who probably has no job, then pilfering starts, stealing starts, and all sorts of social vices.
A smoker, I will feel fine, work fine. But some people smoker, you feel ugly, you cannot work, they go down.
Despite the known side effects, why is the abuse still on the increase among youths?
They believe that the thing really doesn't harm them. They take it, they think they are much better than what they are before, which is to the contrary.
When I take it, I feel good, I feel all right, because when I take it, even though I'm not before, when I take it, I will just calm myself down.
They make me think well. Not be say I think go do bad thing or the thing we no good, but they make me walk well.
When they take it, of course, they are euphoric, they become euphoric, but it might give them anxiety and all those things. Because they give them they are euphoric, they will want to take more. And at the end of the day, they become addicted to it.
Statistics have shown that Nigeria is ranked as one of the highest consumer of marijuana, in spite of the stringent laws put in place against offenders.
It is very, very common in this country. And unless the mechanisms are put in place to check all of these loopholes, will still be left with that feeling of frustration.
We advise them not to be taking this thing, and at the end of the day, they will see that they will become more useful than when they were taking it.
Be that as it may, all hands must be on deck to checkmate this abuse and its addiction. A stitch in time saves.
The agricultural sector contributes approximately 25% of Nigeria's gross product, GDP, and employs over 70% of the country's workforce. Despite these significant contributions, access to credit and financial services remains a major challenge to farmers in rural communities.
I was trying to get the fertilizer, but the sort of financial
financial problems. We are facing some serious challenges in the farming system. And without fertilizer, we cannot farm very well.
Nigeria continues to face a complex security environment, stretching from terrorism and insurgency to kidnapping, banditry, cybercrime, and organized criminal networks. Now, despite significant investment in security and the daily sacrifices of personnel across the armed forces, police, DSS, NSCDC, and other agencies, these threats remain persistent and increasingly sophisticated. Yet, around the world, security is no longer viewed as the responsibility of government alone. Technology companies, research institutions, manufacturers and investors and citizens now play a critical role in developing solutions that support national security objectives. As Nigeria debates state policing, indigenous defense production, and emerging security technologies, a new question is gaining attention. Can a broader security ecosystem strengthen the country's response to evolving threats? Welcome to Security Scope, the program that beams the spotlight on topical security issues across the globe. I'm Ada Bison Ononye. When Security Scope returns, we examine that question. Stay with us. Welcome back. Building Nigeria's security ecosystem beyond government alone is our matter of the moment this week. Security threats are evolving rapidly. Criminal networks are becoming more sophisticated, while technology is transforming the security landscape. Across the world, governments are increasingly partnering with innovators, investors, and citizens to complement existing security structures. This week on Security Scope, we examined whether Nigeria can build a stronger security ecosystem that supports the work already being done by its security agencies. To discuss this, I am joined by Dr. Charles Awozie, a leading advocate for citizen participation, innovation, and private sector collaboration in national security conversations. He is also a key voice behind the Nigerian People's Strategic Conference. Dr. Awozie, welcome to Security Scope.
Thank you so much, Ada, and thanks for having me on your platform.
All right. Well, before we begin the conversation, let's take a look at highlights from the Nigerian People's Strategic Conference and Defense Exhibition 2026 held here in Abuja.
For generations, Nigeria's military resilience was something acquired, bought, shipped in, and queued for. At the weekend, that idea was retired. For 16 years, Nigeria has been locked in a costly battle against violence extremism, with defense spending swallowing a massive portion of the national budget. Official data shows the country has poured over 32.8 trillion naira, roughly $44.6 billion, into defense over the last decade and a half. But throwing money at the problem is no longer enough. The message from the highest tables in the land is clear. Resilience can no longer be imported. It must be manufactured in country. And the man making the case? General Christopher Musa, former Chief of Defense Staff and now Minister of Defense. Chairing a summit built to throw open the defense industry to private money, the minister dropped a hard truth. With global arsenals locked up by foreign wars, the equipment Nigeria pays for is often booked before it can even be collected.
With the war in Ukraine, Russia, Iran, US and Israel, it's been extremely difficult getting equipment because most times they do down payment because they have the money and they produce most of these items. So even when you go to get, they have booked for them, and so it's difficult. The only solution is for us to produce what we need.
And the door is already legally open. President Tinubu's Deacon Act of 2023 repositioned the State Defense Corporation to draw in private investors, reducing dependence on foreign arms. The exhibition floor was the proof. Homegrown firms like EPEL, whose chief executive the minister honored on the day.
We need, and I want to commend Dereistration, who went ahead to make sure that he's been able to produce the Ezugu MRAP, and it's just one of this.
But the minister was also blunt about the missing pieces. The police, he said, are tracking criminals without the most basic tool of modern state, a national database.
And I commend them because I think they're performing magic. Some of the crimes they're able to bring out, I can tell you it's extremely difficult without a database. When we travel abroad, it is easier for you to track a criminal because they have complete data. Even if you're a foreigner in their country, immediately you step in, there's a way they can follow up with you. But we seem to have different working in silos.
If the minister supplied the vision, the legislature supplied the scaffolding. Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu came with a fresh vote, getting the 30-year-old State Police Bill into a proper legal framework.
The complex security situation needed us to re-strategize, and there was a national consensus on this state police. We were 290 in the room. It was amazing to see 289 lawmakers voting in favor of it.
Then the arithmetic that makes this everyone's business. A nation of some 250 million, Senator Izunaso reminded the whole, is guarded by armed and paramilitary forces numbering under 2 million, presenting a stark reality to the situation that needs to be addressed.
So you can imagine how insignificant that number is in terms of protecting the lives and property of 250 million persons. So which means that the basic security we require is the Nigerian populace themselves. We have to bring to the attention whatever thing that looks suspicious immediately.
Conference convener Charles Ozier emphasized that artificial intelligence and new tech are vital to fixing Nigeria's security blind spot. And panelist Raymond Darkpasi submitted that the private sector must step up to fill the financial gaps.
We should begin to integrate artificial intelligence in predictive security tools. The military should predict crime, terrorist attacks before they happen.
There are numerous technologies for sky in the eye, for monitoring in real time different places. Naturally, the Sambisa forest comes to mind. Naturally, the Zamfara State banditry and places in the Middle Belt come to mind, where we are able to identify where crime is committed in real time and deal with it. Then we are able to adopt a similar policy to what I think the Chinese have adopted, where they say you can fire the first shots, but that will also be your last shot. So I think once we are able to get to that point and that position, we will be better guided irrespective of where insecurity happens. And this is where the private sector comes in and the ability of the private sector to mobilize capital.
The exhibit at the summit proved that local manufacturing is gaining ground, but these domestic factories need serious investment to meet the high demands of the front lines. Ultimately, the 2026 conference made one thing clear: winning the war requires smarter data, domestic hardware, and an ironclad alliance between the government and the private sector.
Showcased defense innovation, indigenous technology, and private sector participation in national security solutions. Now, Dr. Awozi, you have consistently argued that the Nigerian state has capable, committed personnel in the DSS, the armed forces, the police, and other security agencies. Yeah. Now, if technology and funding and private sector collaboration or participation are the missing links, what specific changes would you like to see over the next 5 years?
Thank you so much, Ada, for that question. And I have said this time and time again that we do have one of the best security states of security agencies in the world. We've got very intelligence officers in our DSS. We've got very great, hardworking officers in our military, and across the security agencies, for the police and the civil defense. We've got very amazing, great team working, but there is a missing link that I've discovered, and that is the integration of citizen intelligence in our national security framework. And that was the reason why we're calling on citizens to, please, when you see it, say it. By just, bringing up those ideas, sharing intelligence of, your surroundings, or from your surroundings, you are helping our agencies to safely or to secure us better. Thank you.
In the next 5 years, if all of this is put together, funding, private and government participation, and every other thing that you have identified as the challenges is put together, where would you like to see Nigeria in the next 5 years?
Talking about funding, that's a huge gap. That's a very huge gap. And that's because, like I've always argued, the major driver of the private sector is the ability to access funding without the usual, bureaucratic bottlenecks. And that's the major advantage that integrating the private sector in our national security framework, that's the major advantage that it brings to our nation, Nigeria. And I mean, you just look at it. I mean, look at the current biggest IPO led by the Dangote refinery. And they are literally launching, I believe, the biggest IPO in the history of our stock market. And you could see the massive funds that our very own Mr. Dangote is, mobilizing from the private sector for the energy sector. Just imagine, think about it. Imagine if you begin to see security companies, defense industries in Nigeria, private security and private defense manufacturers in Nigeria being listed on the stock exchange, and the kind of funding that they can mobilize for this nation and the gap it can close, in both surveillance, intelligence, and in our recon capabilities. That would be a game changer for this nation. And that's the secret of the US, that's the secret of every nation that you see, that you celebrate out there, is the mobilization of private funding and, for national security.
Will I be right to say you are hopelessly optimistic about Nigeria?
I'm very optimistic. I believe in this nation. I believe in the greatness of Nigeria. I mean, this is the country that gave us the likes of Aliko Dangote. This is the country that gave us the likes of Tony Lumelo. This is the country that gave us the likes of our very own Davido and other great people. And we can have those great people emerging from even the security.
It is on that premise that I'm asking you my next question.
Good stuff.
Do you think that Nigeria can build a security ecosystem where government agencies remain firmly in charge, while citizens, innovators, and private capital become stronger partners in the national security? And if so, what should that framework look like?
Look, I've always maintained that national security is a constitutional right and responsibility of the government. And I believe at no time would a stronger private sector integration impact negatively on that national responsibility of our security agencies. But what it would do is to create a synergy between the private sector and our security agencies, and from the ministries of defense, interior, police affairs, and the DSS to
Ministry of Interior.
Yeah, the Ministry of Interior. To literally every strata of our security networks. And just imagine, I always say, think about it. Think about a Nigeria without the private hospitals. Think about a Nigeria without private schools. Think about Nigeria without private banks. Do you know that there was a time that even banks in this country, we are run by governments? And it's like your station, AIT, which is a pioneer private broadcasting network in this country. Imagine the danger in Africa, literally. Imagine the danger of one-sided story in the public communication industry. But when the likes of AIT rose up and began to privatize the media, others came in, and what do you see? A massive decentralization of information in this continent. And that's what we believe would happen when we have more private players coming into defense manufacturing, coming into security intelligence and all of that. You're going to see a massive mobilization of funding to fight our insecurity challenges. And that's what we're campaigning.
I'm sure Nigerians, just like myself, will be curious to know what inspired your advocacy for greater private sector participation in national security, and what actual role do you see for businesses, innovators, and ordinary citizens in that vision?
Good question, Ada, again. Look, my background is in cybersecurity, so that exposed me a great deal to the security networks of various countries. I've been to Europe, and interfaced with their both private and public security networks. In China, in South Africa, where I'm resident, and literally every other part of this world. And one gap that I kept noticing was the fact that these countries understand how to mobilize private sector talents, private sector skills, private sector financing to build a formidable national security framework. And when you come back home to my home country, Nigeria, I saw that gap. Security is more, treated more like a secret cult thing, where there are just a few people who, talk about, the happenings, and, whether it's intelligence or it's just a very few people, who understand this. And I felt, okay, the first thing I need to do is to raise the national consciousness of our people, where you're going to drive conversation first. Very important, because I've had people say, it's just a conference. No, it's not a conference. We're trying to drive the conversation that will raise the national consciousness of our people to begin to think that, security truly is my responsibility. It's not just the responsibility of just government. It's my business too. And that's why the very motto, the very watchword of our movement is security is everyone's business.
That's right.
Thank you.
The Nigerian People's Strategic Conference has come and gone.
Yeah.
The event took place here in Abuja on Saturday. What are the top 3 recommendations or outcomes you would like policymakers, security agencies, and the private sector to take home from that event?
We had an amazing gathering. I've learned how not to use the word conference, because almost everyone, talks about conferences. We mobilized, or we brought together Nigerians, from the private sector, from government. We had the amazing minister, the Honorable Minister of Defense, the General Christopher Musa, retired but not tired.
That's true.
Present. We had the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Right Honorable Benjamin Kal. We had Senator Osita, the distinguished Senator Osita Isinazo, the Senate Committee Chair on Capital Markets, present in that conference, and a whole lot of other leaders of industry, security agencies, and Nigerians. We had from the top, to the average Nigerian on the street, and the chairman of DAC Communications and AIT. He was there, High Chief Raymond Dereistration. He was there in that conference. I want to say thank you to him for mobilizing the AIT to beam that conference live on this station. And the conversations that took place in that place were massive, from conversations on integrating artificial intelligence in our national security framework, to a young man, a young surveyor, who said to me, he said, look, Mr. Charles, it's really very, very important that our security agencies begin to mobilize professional bodies like the surveyors, body to, get these surveyors to fly their drones, because they're all, drone pilots in their various states to map vulnerable criminal tracks. And honestly, we've got a communique coming up shortly, and I believe the public would be glad to see what we have achieved on that conference.
We'll be interested to have that communique too. So now let's balance the responsibility, talking about government and private sector coming together, including citizens who are not so much of stakeholders in the crop of people that you gathered on that day. Critics argue that security is primarily the responsibility of government, But my question is, how do you encourage greater citizen and private sector participation without shifting government away from constitutional obligations?
Ada, national security remains the responsibility of government. Mm-hmm. It remains the core responsibility, of every government. But you cannot, imagine being held or your child being held in the bushes by these kidnappers, and then you're thinking that, if you had your way to contribute to the solution of that very moment, that you will wait for the government. If you can, you would want to, rescue your child or yourself from that situation. That's what we're saying. Before we get to that point, we are, our lives, all our lives, everyone, is fighting for their lives from the bushes. Let's start collaborating with governments to ensure that we achieve a safer Nigeria, and we can.
30 seconds. Speak to Nigerians.
And this is my words to every Nigerian, anywhere you are, from the north, south, west, east. Security is everyone's business. And the safer we are in this country, the more prosperous we will be as a nation. Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you, Dr. Charles Awozie, for granting us this chance to rub minds on our national security. And hopefully, Security Scope will continue to partner with you until Nigeria can sleep with our two eyes closed at all times.
Thank you so much, Ada. Thank you. It was my pleasure being with you.
Thank you. National security remains the responsibility of government, but security is also strengthened when innovation, technology, investment, and citizen converge in support of national objectives. As Nigeria continues to confront complex security challenges, the search for new ideas and stronger partnerships will remain essential. Thank you for watching Security Scope this week. Remember to say no to drugs. I'm Ada Bison Ononye. See you next week.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
From the north, south, west, east, security is everyone's business. And the safer we are in this country, the more prosperous we will be as a nation. Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you, Dr. Charles Awozie, for granting us this chance to rub minds on our national security, and hopefully Security Scope will continue to partner with you until Nigeria can sleep with our two eyes closed at all times.
Thank you so much, Ada. Thank you. It was my pleasure being with you. Thank you.
National security remains the responsibility of government, but security is also strengthened when innovation, technology, investment, and citizens converge in support of national objectives. As Nigeria continues to confront complex security challenges, the search for new ideas and stronger partnerships will remain essential. Thank you for watching Security Scope this week. Remember to say no to drugs. I'm Ada Bisong Ononye. See you next week.
At 17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges, including discrimination. Other hurdles are limited training and resources. Ghana's Statistical Service estimates only a fraction of the children with a hearing disability are able to pursue a higher education. Yet, Nimbi remains resolute.
So now, what I'm learning, I'm focusing on is to become a doctor.
Photography was introduced to the Savalugu School for the Deaf by Geoffrey Buta. The award-winning photojournalist is on a campaign to amplify marginalized voices through visual storytelling. His project, Photo for Change, has one focus.
Train people, assist people to tell their own story in the community they find themselves, and as well as using photography or visuals to address societal issues.
Buta's Photo Club offers classes on photojournalism. In less than a year, students can take professional quality pictures by themselves and write captions.
So with the power of photography, they can tell stories around them. They can become visual journalists in the future. They can become broadcasters.
The teachers also benefit, with the club providing easy access to visual learning materials.
You have seen a picture somewhere that has connection with what you are going to deliver, the lesson you're going to deliver. And so you use the camera to take that photo, bring it to the class, and then show it to the children. Then you can develop your lesson from there.
Buta plans to expand his project to 10 more schools in Ghana and create exhibitions to showcase students' work. Other plans include setting up internship with media outlets. And in the long term, he wants to inspire a generation of students with disabilities to become award-winning photojournalists. Sana Lutod, VOA News, Savalugu, Ghana.
United States, Iran agreed to end hostilities as Trump says Strait of Hormuz is still be reopened. Global oil prices fall, shares soar as U.S.-Iran peace deal comes into place. Norwegian Crown Prince's son, Mette Marit, jailed for rape. This is the world news on AIT. I am Onoshorena Obozege. You're welcome. We start from the United States this evening, where the state and Iran have announced a framework agreement aimed at ending months of conflict and reopening the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz. Iran said that the newly announced agreement with the United States put an immediate end to the country's war. Iran's deputy foreign minister said in televised comment in the early hours of Monday that a permanent and immediate end to the war has been declared on all fronts, including Lebanon.
A major diplomatic breakthrough may be on the horizon in the Middle East as the United States and Iran have agreed to a framework deal intended to end their conflict and pave the way for a lasting peace agreement. The announcement came after the marathon negotiations reportedly involving mediators from Pakistan and Qatar. Iran's deputy foreign minister said the agreement brings an immediate end to military operations on all fronts, while Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif described the deal as a permanent termination of hostilities pending final negotiations. Under the agreement, a ceasefire will remain in place for another 60 days while both sides work out the details of a final accord. Among the key issues still to be resolved are Iran's nuclear program, international sanctions relief, and access to billions of dollars in frozen oil revenues. US President Donald Trump said he had ordered the removal of a naval blockade of Iranian ports and announced that the Strait of Hormuz would reopen once the agreement is formally signed. Iranian officials presented the agreement as a diplomatic victory, while the country's military leadership said the conflict had demonstrated the resilience of Iran and its regional allies. World leaders, including those from France, Britain, Germany, and Italy, praised the agreement and reiterated that Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon.
And global markets have reacted positively after the United States and Iran announced a framework agreement aimed at ending months of conflict. The news has pushed oil prices lower and boosted stock markets around the world as investors hope for the reopening of the crucial Strait of Hormuz shipping route.
The agreement raises hopes that the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important energy corridors, could soon reopen to international shipping. Brent crude oil prices fell nearly 5% following the announcement, dropping to just over $83 per barrel. Investors also rushed back into stock markets, encouraged by the prospect of improved energy supplies and reduced geopolitical risk. Asian markets recorded some of the strongest gains. European markets followed the trend, with major indexes in Germany, France, and Britain all ending the day higher. The Strait of Hormuz carries around 1/5 of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas exports. Since the conflict began, fears over disruptions to shipping through the waterway have driven sharp increases in global energy prices. Despite the optimism, industry experts warn that restoring normal operations may take time. Energy analysts say mines and other hazards would need to be cleared from shipping lanes before vessels can move safely through the strait. There is also a backlog of tankers waiting to transit the route. After months of disruption, experts say it could take weeks and possibly months before oil export and shipping volumes return to pre-conflict levels. Even so, markets appear to be betting that the agreement marks the beginning of greater stability in the region. For consumers and businesses alike, lower oil prices could provide welcome relief after months of uncertainty. But much now depends on whether negotiators can turn the framework agreement into a lasting peace deal.
Leaders of the world's major industrialized democracies are gathering in France for a high-stakes G7 summit dominated by the aftermath of the newly announced U.S.-Iran peace agreement. The meeting comes as leaders also confront the ongoing war in Ukraine, global economic challenges, and growing concerns over artificial intelligence.
G7 summit is underway in the French resort town of Evian-les-Bains, where world leaders are seeking common ground on some of the most pressing international challenges. At the center of discussion is the newly announced framework agreement between the United States and Iran, a deal aimed at ending months of conflict and reopening the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz. President Donald Trump arrived at the summit after celebrating what he described as a major diplomatic achievement. Leaders from Europe, Canada, and Japan are expected to seek further details about the agreement and its implications for regional stability, energy, security, and global markets. French President Emmanuel Macron, the summit host, says leaders will examine the wider consequences of the accord, including its impact on Lebanon, regional security, and Iran's missile program. European governments are particularly eager to ensure that waterway remains permanently open as economies continue to deal with the effects of higher energy costs. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to join the summit on Tuesday following the latest Russian attacks on Ukraine that killed civilians and damaged a historic cathedral in Kyiv. Zelensky is urging G7 leaders to increase pressure on Moscow and strengthen support for Ukraine. The summit will also focus on economic stability, artificial intelligence, digital regulation, and supply chain security. Security has been tightened across the region, with thousands of police officers and troops deployed around the summit venue.
Children under the age of 16 will be banned from using social media under sweeping new measures announced by British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The government says the move is designed to protect young people from harmful online content, while campaigners and bereaved families have welcomed what they describe as a landmark step for child safety.
The United Kingdom is set to introduce one of the toughest social media restrictions in the world. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer says children under 16 will be barred from creating accounts on major social media platforms from spring 2027. The ban will apply to popular services including Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and X. The government says the measures are aimed at reducing children's exposure to harmful content, online challenges, cyberbullying, and unwanted contact from strangers. As part of the plan, platforms will also be required to block under 16s from live streaming and prevent unknown adults from directly communicating with children online. Additional protections for older teenagers are also being considered, including overnight curfews and limits on endless scrolling features. Families affected by online harms have welcomed the announcement. Among them is the mother of an 11-year-old boy who allegedly died after attempting an online challenge. Campaigners say stronger protections are long overdue and argue that social media companies have failed to adequately safeguard young users. Officials say social media companies will be required to use highly effective systems to determine whether users are old enough to access their services. The UK joins a growing number of countries considering tougher controls on children's online access. Governments across Europe, North America, and Asia are exploring similar measures as concerns mount over the impact of social media on young people's mental health and well-being.
The debate over assisted dying in England and Wales is returning to Parliament after a Labour Member of Parliament launched a fresh attempt to legalise the practice. The move comes months after similar legislation passed the House of Commons but failed to complete its passage through the House of Lords.
A renewed effort to legalise assisted dying in England and Wales is set to reignite one of the most sensitive debates in British politics. Labour MP Lauren Edwards has introduced a new bill that mirrors legislation approved by MPs last year, but ultimately stalled in the House of Lords. The proposed legislation would allow terminally ill adults with a life expectancy of 6 months or less to seek medical assistance to end their own lives, subject to legal safeguards and eligibility requirements. Supporters argue the measure would provide dignity, choice, and compassion for people facing the end of life. The original bill, introduced by fellow Labour MP Kim Leadbeater, cleared the House of Commons but ran out of parliamentary time after extensive scrutiny and amendments in the House of Lords. If MPs pass the same bill in 2 consecutive parliamentary sessions, peers may ultimately be unable to block it from becoming law. Opponents of assisted dying argue that legislation does not provide sufficient protections for the vulnerable people. Supporters, meanwhile, argue that carefully regulated assisted dying laws already operate in several countries and jurisdictions across the world. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has previously voted in favor of assisted dying, whilst several senior government ministers have expressed opposition. Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch has criticized the decision to revive the bill, arguing that concerns raised during the previous parliamentary debate have not been fully addressed. The issue is expected to generate intense discussion both inside and outside Parliament in the months ahead.
The son of Norway's crime prince Mette Marit has been sentenced to 4 years in prison after being found guilty of 2 counts of rape. Maries Borg Hobby was convicted by an Oslo court following a high-profile case that has drawn intense public attention across Norway.
In Oslo has sentenced Mauritius Borg Hobby, the son of Norway's crown princess Mette Marit, to 4 years in prison after finding him guilty of 2 counts of rape. The 29-year-old was also convicted of several additional offenses, including abuse and reckless behavior involving multiple women. Judges at Oslo District Court cleared Hobby of 2 other rape charges, but concluded there was sufficient evidence to convict him on 2 counts involving separate women. According to the court, both victims were unable to resist at the time of the assaults. Hobby denied all 4 rape allegations throughout the trial. Prosecutors had sought a prison sentence of more than 7 years, while defense lawyers argued for a significantly shorter term. His legal team is expected to consider an appeal. The court also ordered Hobby to pay compensation to several victims. Although he grew up within Norway's royal household after his mother married Crown Prince Haakon, Hobby is not a member of the royal family and does not hold any royal title. The case has attracted widespread attention in Norway, partly because of his connection to the monarchy. The trial involved allegations from 6 women and included months of testimony and evidence. One conviction was linked to an incident in 2018, while another related to events in 2024. The court's ruling was delivered in a detailed written judgment, spanning more than 100 pages. The verdict marks one of the most significant criminal cases involving someone closely connected to Norway's royal household and is likely to remain the focus of public and legal scrutiny in the weeks ahead.
11 skydivers and 1 pilot have been killed in a plane crash in the U.S. state of Missouri, officials have said. According to a Bates County emergency management spokesperson, the airplane, which was leased by a skydiving company, took off around 11:20 local time on Sunday. After failing to gain altitude, it made a sharp left turn and crashed about 200 yards away from Butler Memorial Airport, and all 12 people on board died. The sheriff said the plane had not been a commercial airliner and rather a local airline that took off from our local airport. Local media reported that first responders checked the area to see if any of the skydivers had jumped from the plane before the crash. Some family members of the deceased witnessed the incident, the sheriff said. Authorities have also not shared information on the identities of the victims. The city of Butler is about 50 miles south of the Kansas City metropolitan area. The National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, is leading the investigation into the crash. The alt-pop U.S. musician and internet personality Oliver Tree was among 6 people who died when the helicopter he was traveling in collided with another in Brazil. The 32-year-old had been on a world tour when the crash occurred over Rio de Janeiro on Sunday. One of the helicopters then fell onto the car park of a dealership, setting around 20 vehicles ablaze. Footages published by Brazilian media shows one of the helicopters dropping from the sky, as well as flames and thick smoke rising from the crash site. Authorities say an investigation into the case and cause of the collision is now underway. Tree had just begun a world tour with his most recent show in Sao Paulo, Brazil on 6th of June. He was next scheduled to perform in Lisbon in Portugal on 1st of July and had been due to play dates in Glasgow, Manchester and London in September. Tree was nominated for a Brit Award in 2024 for his song Miss You, alongside German producer Robin Schulz. In 2020, he broke the Guinness World Record for building the largest kick scooter at 4.16 m tall and 3.13 m long. At least 9 people have been killed in a new wave of Russian attacks across Ukraine, with one of Kyiv's most important religious landmarks severely damaged. Officials say the strikes targeted residential area and critical infrastructure, leaving thousands without power and raising fresh concerns over the protection of cultural heritage during the war.
Russia has launched another major wave of missile and drone strikes across Ukraine, killing at least 9 people and injuring dozens more. The attacks struck several regions of the country overnight, including the capital, Kyiv, and northeastern city of Kharkiv. Ukrainian officials say 4 people were killed in Kyiv after strikes hit residential buildings and sparked fires across the city. More than 20 others were injured, while power outages left over 100,000 residents without electricity. Emergency crews worked through the night to extinguish fires and search damaged buildings for survivors. In Kharkiv, officials say 5 rescue workers lost their lives while responding to a blaze caused by a Russian strike. Several others were wounded in what authorities described as a tragic second blow to emergency personnel already working in dangerous conditions. Among the most significant sites damaged was the Domitian Cathedral, one of Ukraine's most important religious and historical landmarks. The cathedral is part of the Kyiv-Pecheks Lavra Monastery, a UNESCO World Heritage Site dating back nearly 1,000 years. It was largely destroyed during the Second World War and later reconstructed in the early years of Ukraine's independence. Meanwhile, Russia reported casualties from a Ukrainian drone attack in the city of Tula, south of Moscow. Both sides continue to exchange long-range strikes as the conflict enters another year with no immediate end in sight. The latest attacks come ahead of this week's G7 summit in France, where leaders are expected to discuss ongoing support for Ukraine and efforts to bring an end to the war.
You are still watching the World News on AIT. We'll take a short break and return for more stories.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Welcome back to more stories now. Africa carries the heaviest malaria burden globally as it loses about 500,000 of its people to the disease every year. This is almost the equivalent of the entire population of the West African island nation of Cape Verde. Researchers at Imperial College London are, however, digging deep towards faster field diagnosis of the disease, as well as gene mutilation of the malaria parasite. AIT's Shola Jayesimi has this report.
The frightening data from the World Health Organization, WHO, also shows that the under 5 make up roughly 75% of all malaria-related deaths in Africa. And Nigeria and the Democratic Republic of Congo, which both make up about 20% of the continent's population, are most impacted by malaria. In Nigeria, after about 2 decades of running a program called the Rollback Malaria, the Nigerian Senate in early June passed a bill for the creation of a national agency for malaria elimination as a more forceful government strategy at tackling the scourge. At the Imperial College London, Senegalese national Lamine Jadama is part of a team of researchers into gene modification of the mosquito DNA under the target malaria gene drive technology.
So these parasites are in us, but they will not be able to complete their life cycle without the presence of the mosquito. So when the mosquito is taking another blood meal again, where they need to lay eggs, they need blood to lay eggs, then they already have this parasite in their salivary gland.
Scientists such as Professor Conington and his team of 7 have also been innovating, developing gadgets and devices for the diagnosis of the malaria parasite alongside other ailments.
This heat block can run 4 tests at a time. A single user usually can do about 12 per hour. So one technician working and doing the tests can do about 12 in an hour.
This time for faster diagnosis in remote locations far from where standard laboratories can be accessed. The Media Learning Exchange program to London, courtesy of the British High Commission, Abuja, came in the immediate aftermath of the Nigerian President Bola Tinubu's state visit to the UK on the invitation of King Charles. Agreements in various spheres were signed, and optimization of opportunities between Africa and the UK science and innovation, the president of Imperial College, Professor Hugh Brady, says, will be a win-win. Shola Jayesimi, AIT News, London.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has hosted the maiden edition of the annual Diplomatic Cultural Festival in Abuja, bringing together 80 countries for a day of global heritage, cuisine and performance aimed at strengthening ties through culture. Themed Unity in Diversity, celebrating global cultures in Nigeria, the festival positions culture as a tool of soft diplomacy, offering Nigerians and the diplomatic community a shared platform to interact beyond formal engagement.
Abuja was the center of global culture over the weekend as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs convened the first annual Diplomatic Cultural Festival. The ministry said the festival was designed as a flagship initiative of soft diplomacy, using culture, food, and interaction to bring the diplomatic community and the public together and to deepen relations between Nigeria and its international partners beyond formal engagements.
We want to connect judiciary for the kind of job people do in Opiweka Market or somewhere in Kano. A matter that even the Electoral Commission from their record have told you, ADC, Accord, NRM, IAA, APP, they have met the requirement, they have 1 seat. Section 225A is very clear. But a judge of Federal High Court, who agency could not call to order, cannot call to order, who the appeal cannot call to order, has now said he will do this damage, whatever it is, they can go to appeal. But Nigeria, that is not even the abomination that was committed today. Now, we'll go to the main issue. I seem to say people who have inner mind saw through the determination of Liffey to do this damage to our country and put us on the path of destruction. Because I wonder how you think you have 27 general election by excluding all political parties and say you want to practice democracy. How can you practice democracy? You don't want democracy. You don't want democracy. It's not going to be possible that you can have an election excluding everybody and then you go and do it alone. Are you okay? And people will allow you to do that? Now, let's go to Court of Appeal again. So when the political parties saw through what Liffey was doing, granting prayers that plaintiff never asked for, adjourning up to 7 p.m. in the night, doing all sorts of things, people were scared that something is not right here, going by intelligence. Even the one he sat in the court almost close to 8 p.m., he asked himself, what is happening? There's many cases, there are cases have been there 20 years, 10 years, I never sat on it. But this particular one, then he was rushed and fixed judgment. He fixed judgment on this matter to happen like last 2 weeks or thereabout. Accord party, APP, other parties went to appeal court and said, appeal court, we don't know what this man is doing because he has abused all the non-judicial process and rules in trying to arrive at a determination to deliver judgment at all costs. Appeal court, in a landmark ruling by Mohammed Danjuma, Adebukonola Banjoko, and Oyojojo Oyewumi. Sorry if I didn't get the name right. Justice Oyewumi, Banjoko, and Danjuma, in a ruling, arrested the proceedings of this judge because they know him. They know what he did to PDP. They know what he did in Rivers. They know what he has done in different cases that have destroyed democracy and is on the verge of burning down our entire country's democratic process. The appeal court restrained him, barred this judge from proceeding with these things he is doing in his court, pending determination of the appeal that is at the very heart of what he's doing, both on jurisdiction, both on rulings that is unknown and strange to the law. People now went home. Because we heard before that, oh, they don't want a delegate to be on the ballot, so let's, the people who are selling land now added a delegate there too. But it's their own personal fears in Rivers that they are running away from. And they're trying to make it look like a national issue. Because they don't want people to participate. They will disqualify candidates. They will disqualify everybody. They will get injunction in the night. Now they don't want political parties to do anything because of their personal fear. Because they have committed a lot of atrocities that they are so scared of what will happen to them if their own candidate does not win. If this region is listening, if the NJC members are listening, this is on you people. Nigerians will, that this will be the end of Nigerians having confidence in the NJC or whatever you call it. If this Justice Liffey is not removed and arrested and prosecuted for what he has done, Nigerians will be watching you. There have been many judges who have tried this in the past. They were dealt with. So let's see whether NJC they still have any boss left in them on this matter. Because what is the issue? Appeal court granted stay of proceeding. Do not move, Justice Liffey. Do not deliver this judgment, Justice Liffey. And this was served on this judge. Fully acknowledged that you should not proceed pending the determination of the appeal. Nigerians, do you know what this judge did today? Just today. The lawyers were added into a WhatsApp platform around either 8 a.m. or 9, 10 a.m. Then 2 hours to the time of dropping this in, a text message, almost around 10 a.m. or thereabout. A text message now came. Maybe somebody somewhere must have told him that, to hell, it doesn't matter. Apiko cannot tell me what to do. They said in the court he was shouting that when he finished, Apiko can do their own. Can you imagine that kind of thing? Do you know this institution is sacred, that after God is this institution is not your own? You come and go. A nation that its judiciary can be predicted as they play, people play Atlanta, that country is dead. That democracy is dead. And he came into the court. Lawyers told him, my lord, what are you about to do? This is judicial suicide. There is a ruling of the appeal court, a higher court, telling you to stay proceeding from this matter you are trying to touch. He was laughing in the court. That when he finishes on later appeal court to their own, like this has become, are we not operating in a motopact? Are we not? What are we operating? That he must deliver the judgment. That when he finishes ruling it, anybody can, if you want to go to appeal, go. You want to demarcate these political parties, you want to create crisis for them. And lo and behold, despite this, which I will read in case if the CJN or the NJC members who are supposed to grab him and discipline him immediately, because if Liffy does not need that federal high court, no Nigerian will take that federal high court. No Nigerian will do anything with that federal high court. Now, in the appeal, and I'll read the what they said. Yes. Now, in road order, upon motion on notice filed on 04/05/2026 seeking the following, an order of this federal honorable court staying further proceeding in suit number Federal High Court /ABJ/CS/2637/2025 pending before the Federal High Court Abuja Division, pending the hearing and determination of this appeal lodged before this honorable court, delivered by Honorable Justice Peter Olifiu on 27th day of April 2026. Now, this court on Friday, the 22nd day of May 2026, upon reading the motion on notice filed together with an affidavit in support deposed by the Afolabi Peace, and after hearing Musibi Adetumbo SAN, AO Abdurrahman, and the sixth respondent was served on 21st May 2026 with hard copy on Counsel OBDK Peace, Secretary to Counsel. Thank God Enohoro for the 7 defendants. Now, what is the ruling of the appeal court? Mohammed Danjuma, Justice of the Appeal Court, alongside Banjoko Oyowemi Danjuma, now said, and as I'm reading, I want you also to be reading. It is hereby ordered that pursuant to Order 4, Rule 10, and 11 of the Court of Appeal Rules 2021, the application filed on 4th May 2026 is granted. I want you people, in case if you are distracted, so you understand the abomination that was committed today, but the audacity to say to hell with the appeal court and to strike down, attempt to strike down registered political parties. Now, he said the application is granted, staying further proceedings in the suit number FHC ABJ/CS/26372025, pending the hearing and determination of this appeal. This matter is adjourned to 27th 10/2026 for the hearing of the appeal. Josephine Ekporobe, Deputy Chief Registrar. Appeal Court, after application by the parties who already gotten wind of what is about to happen with the speed with which it was going, approached the appeal court, and appeal court delivered a landmark ruling urging Justice Liffy to stay all proceedings on the matter and adjourn the matter. Short, one of the matter is to come up tomorrow, and the judge is away. And he rushed today around 10 a.m., created a WhatsApp forum, told lawyers to come to his court in 2 hours, like a military commander, and urgently delivered a judgment to say INEC should go ahead and register political parties that INEC have told you clearly in INEC's own affidavit that these political parties have met all the requirements to exist. I want members of these political parties not to worry. Just like APP will be on the ballot, every political party will be on the ballot. Our nation cannot degenerate to that animal level. Our nation can't be allowed to degenerate to that level. We can't bring those culture of what happens in Mobutu Sese Seko Zaire, in Nkurunziza's Burundi, Paul Biya's Cameroon, or what we call him, the other one from Zimbabwe, Mugabe and Emerson Mnangagwa. We can't go down to that level. Or Guinea, we are one madman there tried to take away all political parties, and the military ended up overthrowing that country. Our country can't reach that level. Because of these guys that are selling land, we can't reach that level. These political parties will be on the ballot. Because that is what democracy entails. And that's what democracy is all about. So there's no cause for alarm. But all eyes on the judiciary. That you have to redeem yourself. You have to ensure that if you go through the punishment system of the NJC immediately, as a matter of urgency, the same urgency with which he sent WhatsApp to tell lawyers to come in 2 hours to collect this thing, that's the same way NJC should see tomorrow and get this thing sorted out to save the image of the country's judiciary. 3 federal high court judgments. 3 federal high court judgments. 1, Uyo, federal high court, Owerri. Another federal high court. 3 federal high court judgments have ruled on this political party and these issues that they have met all the requirements and they cannot be deleted, barring INEC from doing that. And INEC obeyed. Appeal court stepped in. Appeal court, Supreme Court, a few days ago. You cannot. And all these things were filed before this federal high court judge. He said, to hell with them. He doesn't care. He must say what he wants to say. Anybody can go to appeal after he has done the damage. Now, appeal court comes into the matter again, sensing the speed with which he's ignoring all these things, that he's up to something, and say, stop. Let us look at these issues. While people were sleeping, you send them WhatsApp message and say, come in 2 hours. Before you can say, even threaten one of the lawyers in court. Allow me to do what I want to do. And he read, asking INEC to go and an impossible task to go and register existing legitimate political party, like an invitation to anarchy. You want to throw the country into crisis, like Justice Payme did in Abiola's case, and we had riot and crisis. How do you think you can have an election when you exclude political parties? And then they are bringing another one on NDC political party before him also. So you now get NDC out, get NDC, get everybody in Nigeria out. Because your father owns the country. You pay special tax past some of us or what? Respect is end. Judicial institution belongs to all of us. After God calls judicial institution, don't play around it. Not a place meant for selling lands. So, and for those who are joining us, after 3 federal high courts have settled the matter and spelled out what is required under section 225A, that is ordinary councillorship, appeal court settled the matter and Supreme Court affirmed it. And these documents were filed before Justice Liffey. But this man vowed that he must put us in trouble as a country. And that nothing will happen. NJC cannot touch him. We're watching the NJC on this one. We're watching NBA. NBA is supposed to summon an emergency meeting for this man to dart the appeal court and say to her what appeal court have restrained him and go ahead and do the damage. All the lawyers must be barred from appearing before his court. No lawyer, any lawyer that goes there should be derobed. The other time you take your powers and use it very well. He can't be appearing before them because everybody has no confidence in him. He's destroying what does not belong to him. So apart from 3 federal high courts, appeal court, and Supreme Court resolving that what is required for political parties to exist is a minimum councillorship seat or 1 seat, 1 local government in the governorship election, or 1 state in a presidential, or 1 state assembly seat. That's what. And say, stay proceeding. Lawyers, do you understand what he has done to the sacred respect higher rulings have? That an appeal court will say, do not proceed in a matter that you have shown manifest bias, in a matter that you have even sat up to 8 p.m. and say, we know where you're going to. Wait, let us look at these issues. The man woke up in the middle of the night, rushed to court by 8 a.m., creates a WhatsApp forum, calls lawyers to come in 2 hours, and then delivers a judgment, even when he had been restrained by the appeal court, and they have filed an appeal to vacate the restraining order. Matter have been fixed for tomorrow, but he goes ahead as a lord. If then in them and other eminent jurists are, they'll be weeping and crying, just in Nikki Toby them, all of them. That what have we gotten ourselves into? And they're telling you nothing will happen? And then you do this, even when there's an appeal court order on you. And Nigerians are watching. What kind of nation are we going to have? If we can now know that it does not matter. These things are predictable. The court is now like a market situated in Ladipo or in Onitsha, where there's no obedience to rules, order, and superior rulings. This is an act of treason that this man has committed. Because these things are sacred. These are orders of court. You can't commit this kind of content and go unpunished. And then back to what I was saying, apart from these 3 judgments, apart from this appeal court decision, apart from this Supreme Court decision, have resolved the issue of section 225A. There is minimum of councillorship. INEC now comes in. Initially, INEC used to be the ones who complained about. But strangely, INEC was over-professional in this matter. And I want those who also listen to listen to what INEC said. Because INEC knows the danger of what the man and the people who put the case was trying to do. INEC in their filing, see, this is the INEC filing. It's a counter affidavit that in opposition to the case by INEC that I must comment on this particular one. INEC now said, in case you don't have respect for these 3 judgments of Federal High Court, you don't have respect for Appeal Court judgment, you don't have respect for Supreme Court judgment, you don't have respect for the restraining order of the Appeal Court. Okay, now let us tell you as the custodian of registration and deregistration that we cannot deregister those political parties. And INEC now said in their affidavit, and I'll read because of those who are joining. INEC now said, in the case of ADC, he said, the 3rd defendant, ADC, this from INEC, by the record of performance of political parties in the custody of INEC, have won 2 House of Representative seats, and those representative seats are in Kogi State. One is Ijumu Kaba, Bunu, and the other one is Yaba East, Yaba West, Muro Federal Constituency. Everybody knows Leke and other guys who were elected under ADC. They are my colleagues, they sit here since 2023. And they have been, that's after 2023 general election. So by the record of INEC, which INEC filed before this same court, INEC, they said that ADC has satisfied the requirements of the relevant laws, having met the threshold of electoral performance. The record showing that performance was attached before what was filed before this judge. But he said no. His eyes, he blinded it. He doesn't want to see it. He must do what he wants to do. Then, on the issue of AA, INEC told them the same thing, that they cannot deregister them. On the issue of ZLP, INEC said again in their affidavit before this judge that ZLP has won, everybody knows Dan Wanyanwu and his party in Abia that participated in the local government election of LSOT. He said the ZLP has won chairmanship and councillorship election in Abia State. The Abia State Independent Electoral Commission certificate of return issued in favor of ZLP candidate for the offices of chairmanship and councillorship are attached and marked as exhibit INEC PP5. ZLP, everybody saw it. And the INEC that is even supposed to align with these enemies of democracy, INEC for the first time did more than required professionally to state declared our hand is not in this thing because it is nonsensical, it is evil, it is baseless. But the judge does not want to hear what the man who has the custody of the document is telling him. He wants to do the one that he wants to do in his head. Then INEC did not stop at that. INEC went to the issue of Accord Party. And you know the painful part? There's a governorship election coming in Osun. All the political parties are almost done with their campaign, getting ready. If you don't want Adeleke and their people, you go to an election, you defeat them. So you want to use the Gurubu way to stop Adeleke them from participating in the election. Just look at how barbaric these people think. These are democracies that people fought so hard to retrieve from Abacha and their people. Because of people are hungry, either for land or hungry. That's scared little guys. Are not trying because they have access to money. They realize from selling land and all those things. Then they don't want to turn all the effort of Tafa Belowa, Awolowo, Azikiwe. Look at these elements. And because we have elders who cannot speak truth to power any longer, you allow children, you're supposed to come on, get out from here. Playing with fire. In something their father never made any contribution, they never made any contribution, that they have profited from it. And then you look at sacred institutions of judiciary. Just want to burn it to the ground. How are our children going to survive in this in this madness? At this stage, you ignore 3 judgments of Federal High Court that is served on you and filed before you. You ignore Appeal Court decision. You ignore Supreme Court decision of some few days ago. You now ignore Appeal Court order restraining you from proceeding. Instead of proceeding, you say to her with Appeal Court and you create a WhatsApp forum and tell lawyers to come in 30 minutes, 2 hours to come and receive a judgment. And then INEC that is in custody of this document on political party calls you and tells you the record we have as a constitutional body that is mandated for registration and deregistration is that these political parties have met all the minimum constitutional requirements. But this man said, no, it doesn't matter. I will do what I want to do. Because he did the one in Rivers, nothing happened. They did the one in PDP, nothing happened. They did one in the Labour Party, they did it, nothing happened. NJC was incapacitated not to do anything. And they are playing with something that is sacred to all of us. something that the British helped to build and handed over to our people. Now we have returned it basically to what that citizens have lost faith. With multiplicity of problems and with a judiciary that descends to this part, then do you have a country? Do you have a democracy? Not even a Abacha military rule could do this. They didn't turn the course to this kind of thing. Not even Babangida them. The only attempt they made with Justice Ikenga ended in disaster for the woman who even did it and cost the country so much for our democracy. So, now come to accord. INEC said, I know why I keep pointing on this INEC position. INEC said that Accord Party has met the threshold stipulated in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Accord, by the record of INEC, won a State House of Assembly election in Idato South. I remember that election. It was won by Azodo, a young man from Ubele. I backed that election, even in exile, and he won. I remember that election. He was with Accord. Now, and I attached it and gave to you. You say it does not matter. Is that one that a crazy man from Ahia's brought that you will listen to? Now, you now come to APP. They now told you again, told you again, that by the record in the custody of INEC, APP has won a chairmanship election and councillorship in Jigawa. And then they said the Jigawa State Independent Electoral Commission Certificate of Return, dated 6th October 2024, issued to Usman Alhaji Ali of APP and declared results together are attached. And that was attached. We want for that to even attach them, that even when INEC tried to do the first deregistration, there was an order of an FCT High Court barring them because they did not meet the constitutional requirement to do that. And that order was still in existence up to the time APP won their seats. So on what ground did he include APP there? On what ground did he include ADC that have won 2 House of Rep seats in 2 House of Rep seats in one in Ijumu Kababunu, the other one is in Yaba East, Yaba West. Everybody knows my colleague Lekki. He may not be in the opposition now, but at least everybody saw him. He's chairman customs, the fair guy that wears a RAN cap. He won under ADC. ADC have a seat. What they even require is just a councillorship seat, but they have 2 House of Rep seats. These are facts that are in public domain, no? But that judge did not see it. Now, it didn't stop at that. It tells you about Accord. It tells you about ZLP by Dan Wanyanwu that won chairmanship and councillorship, about 19 of them in Abia State under LXOT. Those certificates was attached before this judge, but he does not want to because he thinks he owns the country. And I look at lawyers and ask, what kind of profession are you? Lawyers are known for strength and activism. If it was in the days of Lagos movement, Azikiwe, Balowa, Makola, this will not happen. You can only do it once. Because what you're playing with is not your own. Especially when the facts are in public domain. This is not the first time. So, all these political parties have met all the requirements required for political parties to exist under Section 225A. But he did not see it. Then even if he did not see it, Apiko now tells you, oh my, stay proceedings. This judge looked at appeal court, a landmark unanimous ruling Nigerians of Justice Danjuma, Banjoko, and Oyewumi, and said to her with it, and resurrected the case and sent the WhatsApp text in 2 hours and said, come. And then most of the lawyers were not even in court. He went ahead and said, INEC should go and register. How can INEC that have told you under oath and affidavit that I cannot register them because they have met all the requirements? And they did a fantastic job in this one. So I salute Professor Amopota and the people before him for standing on what is right on this one. They did a good job. They told you they cannot. And now you grant another. Because you know, this case will not go anywhere. This is a mere academic, but this is a risk and a rascality taken too far. Because you're trying to demarcate people. You're trying to weaken some of these political parties. It doesn't change anything. Nobody can stop them from being on the ballot. Unless you don't want this thing to work. It is their constitutional right. And this is wrong, what he has done. And that's why we said the necessary petitions are moving in tomorrow to NJC. Nigerians are watching you, that you must do the necessary and take him out. And show Nigerians that there's zero tolerance to this kind of audacity. Audacity that has to do with content and treason, judicial treason, where you will torpedo the orders of appeal court, where you will torpedo, 3 judgments of Federal High Court, appeal court judgment, Supreme Court judgment, delivered a few weeks and days ago, and a restraining order to stop from proceeding of appeal court. A judge ignores all of them and goes and says INEC should go and register political parties. Even when INEC has filed under affidavit and oath that ADC have 2 House of Rep seats in 2023, that Accord have a House of Assembly seat, that AA have a seat, that ZLP have a seat, NRM and so on, and APP have a seat in Jigawa, that we cannot register. You still went ahead and said, you must go and do it. So, I know most people will say, yes, I'm very bitter and angry. Yes, I'm bitter because I'm a good student of history. Yes, if I've used abusive word on somebody, sorry about that. But this is not about time to sit on defense. It's about what belongs to me, you, and our children, not him. It's just one individual. Because after God comes the judgment on here on earth. And it's not about judgment, it's about the perception and the belief that justice has been done. People are complaining about post-2023 election litigations and issues, and now we have started to lay a foundation where you abuse appeal court judgment, you abuse Supreme Court judgment, you abuse Federal High Court judgment in a matter that has been expressly interpreted and said, I'll do my own, let them go to appeal. And even the appeal, you're talking about grants and order of still proceedings against you, you said to her with appeal court, and then you do. For stealing appeal court, this man must be dealt with in accordance with the law. Because other judges who have abused restraining order of still proceedings from the Court of Appeal have been punished and dealt with. If you don't do this, you have just destroyed everything our founding fathers has worked. So for members of our party, APP, there's no shaking. We're on the ballot. As a matter of fact, we're starting our mobilization by next week, and that will go on. We'll be on the ballot. There's none of these things can stop our party from being on the ballot, because we have gotten up to Supreme Court judgment that have said INEC must feed us on the ballot, and there's no shaking about us. But I'm just appealing to all of us of democracy, to MBA, to stop. This is not time for press conference or anything. This is time to take decisive action as a body. That your profession is under attack, integrity of your profession is under attack, the respect judgment have is being diminished. To now say nobody will enter that court until NJC takes a position on what the man has done by trying to torpedo superior judgments of court. It's very important that these decisions must be taken, and they must be taken now. So there's no cause for alarm, like I said before. All I'm raising this alarm is because let us not go back to the crisis of 1963, 83, the Wild West, the June 12, the June 10, 1993 ruling of Justice Ikenga, and all those things that led to crisis. Like now in the North, people are now looking at it that, somebody is trying to use him to ensure that most of the Northern candidates who are in the ADC are not featured on the ballot. Tension is flaying up there. It may be difficult for some people to go there and campaign if you think you can remove them from the ballot. We don't want this kind of thing to continue to escalate. And then the one that are filing again on NDC, we advise them remove hand, because these things, you get to a point when Nigerian citizens and young people say, okay, what do you want us to do? You don't want us to do this democracy again or what? So let's not get to that point. Are you getting me? People who want to sell land can go and be selling their land and doing their thing, but we must protect our judiciary, we must protect our democracy, we must protect the principle of participatory democracy. And I'm calling on all members of APP, continue your activities. Once the campaign starts, keep doing your activities. APP have been declared a validly registered political party that cannot be deregistered, that must be fielded in the ballot for 2027 general election as ruled by 3 Federal High Court judgments, 1 appeal court judgment, and Supreme Court judgment. And likewise, most of other political parties. So by God's grace, all the political parties will participate in the election and let the Nigerian people choose who they want. Today, you might be smiling that you're doing it, but just look at what Abacha nearly led us into. And then look at how we managed to come out of it. And then look at what people can do if we allow this kind of nonsensical activities to stand. It becomes a risk for our country. It puts us in danger and puts us on the same path of Nkurunziza's Burundi, Paul Biya's Cameroon, what they call him, Nkurunziza of Burundi, or Yedema of Togo. We don't need to go to those political paths. And the end that comes out of it is total destruction. So on that note, I want to thank Nigerians who have listened to me and urge everybody to continue to remain vigilant, because eternal vigilance is the price we pay for freedom. And together, we ensure that there's participatory space for everybody. Those who say they don't want participatory democracy should know that they're also asking for an end to democracy, and we're not praying for that. I wish Nigerian people all the best. Thank you, and God bless. Yes. Who is there? Is it not AI Tempting? Outside. Where are you showing outside?